Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Got a fresh pair of socks for my hands, guys. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new pair of fresh socks for my hands. Happy Monday. Welcome in. Welcome in, Monday gang. I saw Duke Shaddington. Yes, hello. Luke Nay says hello. Yes, of course says yes. Sneakers correctly says, oh man, another Bonk Ross milestone. Yes. New gloves, who dis? DK is here. Nice to see you, DK. Yeah, when I realized that they're basically just socks for my hands, I also realized I've been wasting time with an explanation this whole time. I could have just been saying they're like socks for my hands. Hey everyone, fake flare. My thingy gloves are looking a bit sorry. I lost like half the pairs I bought. They disappear faster than socks. They are smaller and weirder to maintain than socks are. I agree. Burger has been a bit of a shithead all morning. I know. Sometimes she's just a bossy little bee. Are you bossy now? Are you bossy? If I hold you like this, you'll be quiet. You never talk when I hold you like this. How are you? Are you unsatisfied this morning? You're unsatisfied, right? Yeah. I've realized that holding her upright, it's kind of like a between state. She like doesn't know what to do. But we had a little more prep this morning. I was a busy little guy. Normally she gets brushies. She gets a bit of like cat time in the morning. And we didn't we didn't have the time this morning. And so she's like, something is wrong. Something is up. Yay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, I guess it is. I woke up late. That's the problem. It's a human error. I woke up late on a busy Monday. Didn't have enough time for Burger. And Burger does not like that. Hope everyone had a nice weekend. You too, Clippy. How are you, Clippy? Burger the menace. She's hardly a menace. I mean, it's classic Burger, where she can be super annoying, but then you look at her face for like 3 seconds, and it all just melts away. King Mortem says, man, I haven't been playing Dad at all past few months. Also crazy. I had a cat named Burger once. Really? You had a cat named Burger? King Mortem. That's incredible. I've never heard of another cat named Burger. They must exist, though. It's not like burgers are rare things, right? King Mortem, I don't think you're alone, sir. I have the advantage. I have the privilege of kind of like looking over a small Discord of people, right? And the reason we have the Discord is because of Dark and Darker. Was a game that basically everyone in the Discord was interested in at some time. And this is the 40th stream. This is the 40th Monday stream that we've had. And so I've had the advantage of looking over that data, seeing what people are playing, right? For almost a year now. It's almost been a year of having some anecdotal community data. And I have seen over the weeks and months fewer and fewer and fewer people actually playing Dark and Darker, because I can, see it on the sidebar. Some people don't share what game they're playing, right? Which is totally understandable. Other people are comfortable sharing what game they're playing on the side. And it does seem that fewer people these days, it's just because what is there to do, right? What is there to do? You grind your demigod once or twice, you get absolutely burned out of the game, and then there's a new season, and ta-da, it's exactly the same experience. And it's tough to compete against the wellspring of new games and old games. It's just hard to compete. This wipe especially is very boring, says Luke Nay. And it's people like this. It's people that are very, very skilled at the game that I pay attention to the most, right? Some people, it depends where you are in your journey. It depends, it really depends on how much time you've put into the game. HR is boring and not very fun. I have not had time to play. It sounds like DK's been working more. And which is nice, right? If you have all the time in the world to play all the time, the game does get staler faster. So it maybe is a blessing in disguise, DK. I've had more fun vibing with noobs playing adventure mode. Sure. Yeah, totally. Totally. I feel like everyone's got this arc, and the time is different between people. But the arc is like when you first get bit by the game, you are totally enamored, right? Should I draw a picture of it? Should I draw a picture of this? Probably. Let me do this. Put my tavern on for a second. Let me just call up my old drawing board. This is not going to be a very... What do you call it? It's not going to be a very detailed chart, but we might as well just do it because we're yapping. I should also do this. That's not the right time. We'll do this. I'll say 25 minutes. Darkness is coming in roughly 20 minutes, guys. What does that mean? Stick around. You'll see. Everyone experiences this thing, I find, in Dad. Everyone experiences this thing. This is time. Okay? We have time going this way. And then we have, we'll call it how you feel about the game. Okay? How you feel about the game. And everyone has a version of this, I find. Where you find the game, you discover the game, and whether it's a complete go up or it's like you go way up in your enthusiasm, right? This is the curve. There's a honeymoon period that exists. I guess I'm describing all games, but particularly Dad. And then there is just this kind of like, you know, you just kind of slowly lose interest. Some things might rekindle interest temporarily, but everyone experiences this. And in my opinion, it's like you've got about 800 hours. You have 800 hours or so before you're kind of either back to you're back to zero. Like you're not interested in the game, you're not disinterested in the game. But until something major changes, right? This is it. And for the first third of that, like this is like the best time in the world is right here. Is right here. It's the first like 400 hours. I called it Great Graph. Totally got the dad bug for like 2 months. Yes. Finding 8 true Fizz Rogue usually lowers it, Demon. Yes. My biggest problem is I almost play exclusively extraction shooters. Cycle Frontier was my favorite game, but got shut down after lack of funding. Interesting. Oh, Baby Moss is here. Oh, Goku Vegeta's here. Very nice. Jorkin, I, as a newbie and dad, have found this season to be the most rewarding. I'm completing the quests in PvE, playing PvP, and having fun with randoms. See, this is a perfect example of someone as a newbie and dad. Everyone, it's the best time. It's the best time, those first 400 hours, right? And then how much time it takes you to go from the kind of like the start of the realization that the game is actually kind of more annoying than it is rewarding to the point where you consider walking away varies from person to person. It's variable, right? This decline can look like this. This decline can look like this, right? It depends who you are. It depends what your relationship with the game is. It depends on how you play the game, etc., etc. But I do feel like after having spent a year, basically, a year watching a community of people that are all part of the community because they like this game. This timer is not going. What's the point of having a timer if it doesn't go, right? Oh, back in the States, Moss. Yes, nice. Anyway, little illustration. Guys, how are you? How are you? What does it mean? It means a couple things. It means that we should not be shy on the channel to talk about other games that are analogous to Dark and Darker, right? We should not be shy to showcase other game experiences that are comparable, that are similar. Because if you like Dad, chances are you like other fantasy extraction titles, right? And thankfully, this year, more so than ever before, this year has more of those games on the horizon than ever before. She's all squished against my armrest. It also means that the community events are meaningful for people. I think especially someone like Luke Nay. People like Luke Nay who maybe aren't so interested in the core game itself, but, you know, you get a bunch of people in a server together, people who know each other, and that is a fun-ass time, I will say. Anyone play the Arc Raiders playtest? I watched longingly from afar. Boy, oh boy, did it look good. Boy, oh boy, did it look good. Did it not? Instead of, like, scrounging around and trying to get a code for, like, 2 days, I just firmly put Arc Raider at, like, the top of my list. And so when sometime later this year it's pushed into EA or whatever, I'm gonna be all over that, I think. Different people feel different about the immersion. I get totally immersed in a third person, but I understand other people struggle with a third person perspective. Thankfully for me, I have no issue with that. No issue. We got a list, dudes. It's an old man list because we're turning 40. The board members. We turned 40 today. That's no joke, right? That's no joke. Turning 40. Hi. Violin neophyte. Hi. We're yapping now. We got some housekeeping to do. We're going to do that. And then there's a special event that happens every 10 streams. That's going to happen in roughly 20 minutes, okay? We're just going to yap a bit. We're going to housekeep and then an event. And then we will resume our regularly scheduled program. Going to do a little bit of block dish to warm up. We've got some chill dividends, of course. Let's look at the dividends. We got games and dividends to play. Okay? Very nice. The list is here. You can't see it, but we have games and dividends. Very nice. And then I want to pick up a few more of the community builds. I feel like didn't have enough time to fully explore some of the builds that other people in this community thoroughly enjoy. Crossbow, spear, backstep ranger. Never played it. Want to try it. A halberd fighter. Never really played it. Want to try it. So we'll close out the stream with dividends, a bit of block dish, and a bit of community builds. That's the list. That's the list. For now, let's do just some housekeeping. Let's yap it up for 20 minutes, housekeeping, and then we'll start our special event, okay? That's how it's gonna go. Keeping it clean. What do we gotta say here in terms of housekeeping? We had a wonderful tabletop Dungeons and Dragons one-shot event on the weekend, on Saturday. It was called Tomb of the Dusk Queen. I say it was, but in actual fact, it's still kind of ongoing. We didn't... a classic Dungeons and Dragons, classic tabletop RPG experience. You spend the bulk of the time getting off the ground, and then you barely begin the adventure, and before you know it, 5 hours is evaporated. So, it was called Dope as Balls. It was so much fun. We have a huge thanks to Two Hands for organizing, creating, and hosting a proper tabletop session of D&D is a lot of work, and part of me does feel a bit bad we didn't get further, but I also want to say huge thanks to the players because there's a lot of courage. There's a huge amount of courage from players. People who have never played, have no tabletop experience. Mateo, Swifty, I haven't played in like 8 years. I think it'd been like 20 years for Arcars, but he had to jump out because of a power issue. Maddie and Swifty in particular, okay? Jumping into the deep end. Very brave to do that kind of in a public context. So huge thanks to those dudes as well. Two Hands is an excellent DM, yeah. I'm old enough, I'll say Dungeon Master. but Game Master is more of a contemporary vernacular, right? It was so fun all day. I had so much fun. We didn't get very far. We had one massive combat. We explored a really cool vaulted burial tomb room. We explored, well, I say we, a couple of players explored a beautiful mural and some haunting sound singing from down the hall. There's a whole tomb. There's a tomb of the Dusk Queen that we are adventuring in. It is perilous. We barely survived the first combat. Barely survived, but we did. Survived nonetheless. The torches went out, and at one point, it got totally dark, totally black, and I thought we were dead for sure, but no. I also want to say, sorry to Lyrebird for your bad luck. I feel like this is also classic RPG. The people that are the most enthusiastic, okay? The people that are the most jazzed to play tend to have the worst luck. And I know that Lyrebird was all over the Shadow Dark rule set, was reading up on the rule set. I don't think Two Hands had ever hosted a game with Shadow Dark, which is another huge thing. But Lyrebird had some crappy rolls for his character. He had some bad luck in combat. It was... and I just want to say I acknowledge that, Lyrebird. And I feel for you. I feel for you, brother. I kept talking over people. I was too excited. You weren't. No, it was all good. It was all good. Just couldn't get a good roll to save your life. Well, in fact, your life was saved, but I feel for you. We can't wait for the next session. The last thing I'll say is, holy moly, I don't think Two Hands is here right now, but I'll say it. I'll say it again. I'll say it as many times as I need to for him to get the message. Two Hands... English is not Two Hands' first language, okay? It's hard enough to run a D&D game, period, right? In your native tongue, in your mother language, okay? Two Hands grew up in Sweden. Two Hands speaks Swedish. Two Hands, I think RuneScape taught Two Hands English. It was like Two Hands' dad. It was video games that taught Two Hands English. And now, hard to believe it's not his native tongue. Yes. So, I can't even begin to conceive the difficulty, the anxiety, the nervousness that goes in. I've hosted my own D&D nights. Many. I've written campaigns. I've delivered campaigns. I know the anxiousness that goes into that. I know what it feels like. But I cannot imagine doing it in a language that is not my first language. So, another huge GG to Two Hands for that. It's wild. The whole experience has kind of inspired me to dig back through the archives. I wanted to kind of bring something similar, a similar kind of experience to stream. I didn't want to do anything too involved. It's very difficult. Two Hands is absolute chat, agree. Very difficult to kind of wrangle a stream of people into a shared experience. You have to be very thoughtful with how you structure the decisions, etc. And so I realized, if I dug back in the archives, I've got something that I found. It's a special interactive story. It's an interactive story I wrote 9 years ago. 9 years ago, I wrote a story, and it's like a choose your own adventure. Look, turn to page 13 if you want to make a stand and fight. Turn to page 49 if you want to try to seal the door shut. Classic choose your own adventure, right? This one's called Arnack Crypt. It's totally fantasy themed. Anyway, I think I'm gonna do that on Thursday. It was like I'll explain more about it. Maybe at the end of stream, if there's still time, if I've still got energy in my voice, I'll read the first page just to give you a taste of what it is. But man, I think that'll be a fun thing to do on Thursday stream, because why not? Is anyone right now, ones in chat, if you are playing, if you have experienced any Dark and Darker Arena, is anyone playing Dad Arena right now? Ones in chat, if you've played. Yo, Two Hands, did I miss anything? Why is everyone pinging my name? We just gave you massive props huge respect and thanks for hosting the event. And I also said how it's amazing that English is not your first language, and yet you guided 6 players through an experience that was poetic, that was descriptive, that was immersive, that was very exciting, nail-biting. GG, Two Hands. GG. We were just glazing you a bit. Yeah. Rewind and feel the love, buddy. That's it. That's it. That's the best thing. Yes, thank you, Clippy. Good idea. Just bring back the VOD a little bit. Rewind and let it wash over you, because we appreciate you very much. Okay. Anyone? I see 1 in chat. I see 1. I see a single 1. I have not yet, dipped into data. I saw some people streaming it, and so I thought, oh wait, is it back? Is it a thing? Are there any changes or improvements? I know that I experienced Arena for the first time kind of at the end of last season. It takes 2 hands to glaze, so it depends how lucky you are, right? If you're seriously soapy and you're very well endowed, maybe it takes 2 hands. But 2 hands, 1 shaft. Enough. Oh, that's as much as I'll say. But Blake says Arena hasn't changed much other than for some unexplained reason it wasn't solo self-found this weekend. Oh, some new maps are better. Interesting. A squad cannot double class, but solo queues can still randomly get into a team. I see. Okay, I'm trying to decide when is the best time for me to start paying attention to and or caring about Arena, and it sounds like maybe not yet. Man, a couple times, I think I played with Crosshairs, I played with Bad Artist, and a couple times, maybe every other game, we ran into 2 Warlock teams. Teams that had 2 Warlocks, and that was not fun. And then you'd think, that was like, everyone who was playing Arena was like, hey, you guys, Ironmace, you need to do something about this. It's not fun to play against 2 Wizards, or 2 Rangers, or 2 Rogues, or 2 Warlocks. It's not fun. And they're like, yes, okay, we hear you. We'll figure it out. It's like, still an issue. Cool. I mean, is normals the place to be right now? If you're playing Dark and Darker, if you're looking to have fun, and for me, I'm looking to have fun with the game, is normals the place to be? It feels like High Roller is just swimming, teeming, boiling over with class imbalance, with comp imbalance, with gear imbalance. It feels like High Roller is just not where the fun is. It also feels like chests and piles in High Roller. The drops, the loot tables are scuffed. If I boot up the game, I plan to just chill in norms. 124 is more fun. 224 is more lucrative. I think that's a good way of saying it. More lucrative, right? Has anyone noticed? I have been confused. I've been getting legendaries when I go into High Roller for the lucrative runs, as Blake very aptly puts. If I'm looking to make money and I go into High Roller, I'm getting legendaries off of like random skeletons. I'm getting better loot off of mummies sometimes than I am out of locked lion's head chests, right? I feel like loot drops are now good in normals right now though. Even in Inferno, struggling to farm money. I meant to say the loot drops are not good in normals. Yeah, I don't know what's up. I ran like 7 goblin caves and only got 1 ear. So I see 2 different tracks here. One is related to the crafting items, the goblin ears, the fuzzy pelts, right? The things you need for quests. And then there's like the gear loot table. So crafting is different than like loot, like gear drops, right? Loot pile is trash for the effort and time required. Okay, and almost no one has more experience than Constrictor. So appreciate you weighing in there, buddy. How do I make money but IRL? Well, you do your best to save up some actual money. You work a job and you save up some actual money. And then you wait for a terrible time. This is not financial advice. This is just This is just a joke. You wait for an actual time in the macro economy. You wait for a macroeconomic event to depress the stock markets globally. And then you take the small amount of money you have and you buy an index fund. You buy a fund that represents the entirety of a stock market, because generally speaking, over time, stock markets always appreciate. So you you try to time the market best you can as a retail investor. You buy an S&P 500 index fund or something equivalent. You buy an index fund and then you just wait. You just wait. And every time you have an extra $200 or $400, you make another contribution to that index fund. And it's something called dollar cost averaging, because that index fund will oscillate over time. But over time, it will go up and up and up, generally speaking. And so dollar cost averaging means that when the market goes up, you buy. When the market goes down, you buy. But over time, the average will be appreciation, will be growth, right? Every time you have an extra $200, you just put more into that index fund. And then you fast forward 15 years and, you can turn a $10,000 investment into maybe $25,000. I think money doubles at 7% interest. Money doubles every 7 years, something like that. I forget the actual stat. Blend painting stream on my birthday. What a great gift. Corius, yes. UPS 7% dividends. Different strategies. Different strategies. You can definitely go for dividend producing stocks, right? The choice is yours. But I think the general consensus is the most general advice for growing wealth over the long term is big basket funds, and time is what it takes. Happy birthday, Corius. Overall, I feel like I'm looking for good fights. I'm not so concerned with chasing gear. And so for me, I think, man, it's playing the way I like to play. I have a really hard time fighting against the meta. The double jump rogues these days, very difficult. Double jump tank rogues are very difficult because you can block them, but it doesn't really cost them much to get blocked. And so I have a hard time fighting them. This was even better than a college economy class. Happy to help, not advice. I feel like Panthers, very difficult to... Druids as a shield fighter, very difficult. Sorcerers as a shield fighter, very difficult. You put any of this in High Roller, very, very difficult. Very not fun. And so I'm looking for good fights. I'm looking for fun, not so concerned with chasing gear. The broken classes and the ultra short time to kill makes High Roller these days pretty unattractive for me. So that's just me giving you permission to hang out in normals and have fun. Playing Lotto is not sound financial strategies. I've said this before on stream, I'll say it again. In grade 6, my teacher said something, and I don't know why I remembered it, but I did. My teacher said in grade 6 that the average person over the course of their life will spend $5,000 on lottery tickets. Continued Lantern Shield learning, good intro to Panthers. Yeah, I'll think about it. The problem is they just run away. Grade 6, my teacher said that the average person over the course of their life will spend $5,000 on lottery tickets. And he said that because if he never plays the lottery, if he never buys a lottery ticket, it's like he's winning $5,000. And I thought, huh. And my little grade 6 mind was like, I can win by not playing. Interesting. And I just decided to remember that for the rest of my life. I don't understand why TTK is so high for High Roller. They just decided to make offense scale like crazy, and defense doesn't do the same. It's so weird. I guess the simple answer is that's the vision, right? I guess is SDF is hell-bent on a vision of super fast and unsatisfying TTK combat. That's the only explanation. It's the same with not eating fast food. Interesting, right? Yeah, I was reflecting on that yesterday with my wife. That like a tin of our coffee costs like $14.99 to get like a big thing of coffee that we make our coffee every day, right? We take 4 scoops of the coffee. We do a little Bodum. We have a French press, right? $15 for a thing of coffee. Or you can probably, I haven't been to Starbucks in a while, but you could spend $15 probably on Starbucks for 2 people, right? If we go in, we get the venti, mocha, whatever, iced, caramel, drizzle, big ass fancy coffees. You probably, and like we each get a cookie or something. You could spend $15 at Starbucks probably pretty easy. And I compare the time, you know, and maybe this also layers into like, how do you get rich in real life? You don't spend $8 at Starbucks, maybe. You spend $15 on coffee you make yourself at home. And you multiply that over other facets in your life, and all of a sudden you're saving hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month, right? You kids and your avocado toast. Funny enough, hi ham salad. We also had avocados for the first time in a long time on Saturday, and they were not very good. And I was like, ooh, these weren't very good. And my wife was like, no, these weren't very good. And it was like, and avocados are not cheap these days. And so we were like, maybe we can go back to not eating avocados. Ooh, and milk your own cow for cream depends where you live, right? Depends where you live. Not financial advice. I do not recommend milking your own cow, but also, avocados need proper seasoning for sure. It's just tough because they're either not ripe or they're too ripe, and I don't know. It's just like it's hit and miss. You spend a bunch of money on like 5 avocados, and like 3 of them are edible, and 2 of them are not, and that just seems like not a good use. Not good bang for your buck. You know what I mean? Anyway, last thing for the yap, and then we'll get ready for something special, dudes. Something special. Saturday. It's a Saturday roast this time around. You can tell how ripe an avocado is if you puree it into guac. Yeah, made a guac. It was good. The guac was good, but it was not financially sound fruit. Yes, sigh. Or it's a vegetable. Fruit, I think, is the pit is the seed, right? Anyway, that's okay. I'm not going to pull on that thread. Saturday. Normally it's a Sunday roast, right? But we're going to do it on a Saturday this time because we have friends in Australia and New Zealand. Friends in Oceania, the OCE time zone. On the other side of this big blue marble, we have some friends. And if we have the roast on a Sunday, because of the way that time zones work, it's actually Monday for them. And everyone knows that like Monday morning is maybe not the best time for like a, hey, everyone stop what you're doing, play a video game, right? Stream is a different beast. Stream, you can like, you know, you can have me on stream here at work, right? But playing the game is something different. If I just edge this for like another minute, I'm just gonna edge it. I've got the power. Pulling an atrioc, right? Good avocado plus a little sea salt. I love it. Don't get me wrong, I love it. It's just they're more expensive these days, and maybe I have bad luck with them. We're gooning, Bob Ross. Yeah, we're gooning. We're going soon. So we chose a Saturday date this time around for the roast. Saturday, May 17th. Roast and toast is coming up. This is just your good save the date heads up. I'm gonna edge. I have the power. I wish I had the power. I wish. I'm Sire Canada. Grocery prices are ridiculous. I think everywhere. I think that's the case everywhere. Save and submit your clips via Discord. But just a heads up, just to put it out there, that it's a Saturday roast this time around. Happy Monday, Mateo. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Yeah, ham. Thank you. You know it. Roast and toast are my motivation to play the game. That's awesome, Moss. GTA, baby. That's coming, right? GTA 6, is it launching May the 26th? Something like that? Yeah, after a long, long while, GTA 6 is finally coming around. Okay, so, save the date. Saturday, May 17th. It's a Saturday roast this time. Save and submit your clips via Discord. We'll close the submissions Friday night to give me a chance to process those things. And then after the roast, we're going to have a big PVE Wyvern Hunt community event. I haven't done a Wyvern Hunt in a while. I love the PVE vibes. I mean, as much as it is fun. Oh, May 2026, not this year for GTA. Okay, good. Phew. I was feeling bad for the Legacy, because Legacy is like doing a wipe. And I thought it'd just be bad timing for Legacy to also launch into the GTA 6, but that's fine. After the roast, PVE Wyvern Hunt community event. It's a lot of fun. I like the PVE vibes. Okay. The dark is imminent. Burger is back. Oh, you're so fussy today. No, I know. I know. I know. I got it. We're transitioning, Burger. This is the segue. Guys, are you ready for something special? I think I am. I think I am. We're gonna chill it out. I know. She will not be denied. Dudes, hi. If I hold you like this, now you're quiet, right? This is how I quiet you down. I hold you like this. I know, you're a fussy baby, but I'm just gonna move you in a second. I demand rubs. She does. How long do you think it takes to learn to kill bosses, like Troll or Cyclops? I learned the Cyclops in 2 days. Troll is a bit weirder. A little burger in a Segway is quite an image. She is so fussy today. Mwah. Mwah. You're a fussy baby. I know. But I have to get up in a second. Okay, guys, are you ready? Let me pick a decent one. I like that last tune. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Okay? Or do this one. This one? Yeah. Okay. Are you ready, guys? The dark is imminent. Turn off the list. Turn off the timer. Are you ready? Okay. A little wardrobe change, right? Got my smugs. What's up, dudes? What art? What art? I can never tell if Ham Salad is being serious or making a joke. That's Ham Salad's superpower. He perfectly walks the line between, am I saying something in earnestness, or am I just joshing around? Aw, shucks. Are you back stateside, Hambone? Are you still down in Brazil? Because it would be flattering if you were looking in from Brazil. If you're back, I would say welcome back. I'm earnestly walking the line. Oh, enough. Okay. So, dudes, hi. Oh, Texas waiting on my final flight. Okay, we'll do our best to help you pass the time. What do we have here, dudes? This is a tavern for 1 second. Okay. This is the 40th board meeting, Monday board meeting, and way back last summer as a joke. I had a bit of a reputation for speaking softly in Dark and Darker videos. I would make videos and I would speak softly. It was mostly to protect my voice, to be honest. Because I've had voice issues. I've had voice box issues this whole time. And to get around that in the early videos, I just spoke softly. And people started calling me the Bob Ross of Dark and Darker. And I thought that was really funny and flattering. And then we started streaming, and people were asking for an art stream. They're like, when are you going to do an actual Bob Ross art stream? And I thought, well, that's kind of funny. I could do that. I have some experience with fine art. And I thought, why not? And I said to chat, perhaps foolishly in the beginning, I said, on the 10th board meeting, because it was like board meeting 3, right? On board meeting number 10, we'll do an art stream. And everyone responded positively. That's nice. And then the 10th stream came around and we painted a picture, and it was good fun. And then I thought, well, why don't we make this a recurring tradition? Every 10 board meetings, we'll pause the game content and we'll paint a picture together, okay? Like Bob Ross would. And now here we are at number 40, and we're about to do it again. Are we painting Bob Ross today? I wish I could. I'm not that good. But let's see. But we can paint some things. Let me get this to a point where I feel like you can see decently. Okay, I think that's decent. That's decent. Oh yeah, and we got the chill vibes. I'm gonna bring the music down just a little bit. And so what's gonna happen now is for the next like 90 minutes, maybe a bit longer, maybe not, I don't know. Between an hour or two, sometime between an hour or two, I'm going to quiet down and I'm going to paint a picture for you guys, with you guys. And I'm not an expert at this. I'm still very much learning how to do this. And I do not practice in between the art streams. So my skill set here does not evolve very quickly, but I have learned a few things over the past 40 weeks, so get cozy. Sometime in the middle of this, Clippy has prepared a couple of art-related blintermissions to help me save my voice, give me a little break, sip some water, etc. A very humble non-expert, it's true. It sets the bar low, is the idea. Okay? And the cool thing about this is, let me just duplicate my background canvas. I'm using Photoshop, Adobe Photoshop, and I'm using these wet brushes, which are really, really interesting because I don't have a lot of experience with this kind of stuff, but you can see the canvas is already black, right? And the cool thing about these wet brushes is when I paint with them, they kind of pick up the color of the canvas. So you can see I just have a yellow, like an orange color on my brush, but as I kind of like move it around the black background, it picks up some of that color, which is really, really interesting, I think. Same with yellow, right? You can see how these wet brushes really do simulate like a kind of, there's just like a realistic, there's something realistic about it, which I think is interesting. Right? So you can see how there's kind of some natural blending that occurs when I drag the brush. And even when I pick it up and put it down again, it remembers. It's very, very interesting. Anyway, so we're going to paint a picture today. I introduced it this way because I want you to feel like you can do this too. These are just stock default brushes. They're called Kyle's Real Oils, and they come with Adobe Photoshop. So I'm not using any fancy plugins. I'm not using any fancy anything really. This is just stuff that exists with the software by default. Let's make a copy of our background. Thanks, Kyle. Totally. Blinn AI, oh man, I can't wait to hear that. Oh, sweet mother of God, I was wondering when Blinn AI would come to fruition. It's happened. It's happened. Finally caught up. 2x speed for the win. Welcome back, Two Hands. Just in time to chill out. Because we're not going to go fast. We're going to go pretty slow, actually. The first thing I want to do is just block in some color here. I want to block in some color in a few areas. I'm not going to say what the painting is about. We're just going to kind of do it. Okay? And it'll be kind of fun for you to maybe like experience like the picture as it emerges, which is kind of like the fun of it for me. I feel like there's a bit of excitement there. And so you can see me, I can press the Alt key and I can sample a color directly from the canvas, which is kind of an interesting way to grab a color as I'm going. And all I really want to do here for the time being is just rough in a little space. Like so. And now what? And now what? Is this going to be dark enough? I wonder. Let's do this one. Oh yeah, that looks a bit better. Just like so, maybe. And again, we're just, at this point, we're just kind of filling in the canvas. We're just blocking in the canvas. And I like starting with a black background because that gives a little bit of variation to us as we block in here. As we block in. So it's not going to look like much for the first probably while. Okay? But that's kind of by design. It's kind of by design. I can use my square bracket keys to change the size of the brush, and you might see me do that intermittently. Are we making shield puns already? I wish I was that clever, Ham. But unfortunately, no, I missed an opportunity for that. You can always count on Ham for the pun jokes, right? Ham almost lives for puns. Almost lives for puns. Which is cool. Again, I wonder if this is going to be too light. I'll go down about halfway there. I have an idea of what I want to create. It's important to have an idea of where you want to go. And I've got that. It's just a matter of getting a hue that I like. And I think we're there. A lot of trial and error with this. There's a lot of feeling where I'm not exactly sure what is going to be the best for the vision that I have. Maybe it's similar to how SDF works. He doesn't really know what he wants to do, but you just keep trying things until something feels like it's a bit better. Very difficult to get used to, how do I say, painting digitally with the convenience of undo steps, right? You can very easily undo things when you're painting digitally. And I find that that's almost the biggest challenge for me. When I go back to IRL, anything, writing, drawing, if I'm doing anything IRL, painting IRL, and I don't have those undo states, I'm a fish out of water. You know what I mean? Is what it feels like. So again, we're just blocking. More SDF roasting. Sorry, Corius. But I mean, at this point, it's like, I mean, it's just par for the course, right? It's just par for the course. We're just blocking it in. Pretty happy with some of the textures here already. Pretty happy with some of the textures here. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Let's work on bit of this. How dark is this gonna get? The whole idea here is that as I want to connect these sections in some way. Ooh, there's a really nice blending. Man, the wet brushes are so interesting in that what they let you do. What they let you do in terms of blending. And I like it when these colors all kind of blend into the middle here. I'm just using a medium-sized brush for the time being. I feel like that gives me a good amount of control and texture. You can see as I wiggle my brush around that I am getting some more of these kind of imperfections. There's like I'm opening the door. Door meta. I'm opening the door to a little bit of extra texture, which is good, which I'm happy about. Maybe we could pretend like there's a bit of a stone or ridge here. Something like so. And we'll continue with the floor. Like so. Car tongue. Cat tongue? Love a good wet brush. Forgive me for not doing a better job of keeping up with chat, but I don't want to be here forever. I'm gonna save also. Let me do my tavern. Okay. And just let me save this. Now that we're off the ground. Cool. Stream Deck, so convenient. Okay. This is really chill. And we're just gonna keep chilling with this for a sec. Man, there's some really nice kind of happy accidents that happen with the smaller brush and with the wet blending. With this the wet media is really nice. Okay. I'm happy with this. It's probably the happiest I've been with like a backdrop to start. These are always the most kind of nerve-wracking, I find. This is lovely. I'm going to take an extra second here just to darken a few of these areas. Blend this in. So you can see me lay down a bit of a strip of black, but then use the wet media brush to just kind of like to reinforce that. Should I just jump in here? I wonder. Let me do it like here. Put it halfway down like so. And then I think this can cut into right about here. Interesting. Quite nice. Just like so. Not sure what tone I want to use here. Maybe I do like the darker. Bit more of like an ochre in here, which is interesting. Just a bit there. And then let's just drive this back a little bit. Very important to be happy with how things look. I find that anytime you're kind of trying to do anything semi-realistic, I'm always motivated when the thing looks exciting to me. Like when it looks like the thing I'm trying to create, I can keep looking back at that section and I can feel excited, which is really important when you're trying to make something look like something. You want to be able to be energized by the piece, if that makes sense. And so far, so good. I want to keep this fairly neutral, but have a little bit of distinction here. Very nice. Okay. Cool. Nice backdrop. I'm going to group these. BGs. Cool. Now, let's work on... We'll grab another brush here. This chalk brush. Yeah, we'll experiment with this, see how this goes. From here, basically, to here. Let's see what's up. Let's see what happens here. I'll go darker to start. Maybe even a bit darker. Smaller, darker. And now we go back to this. Sometimes laying down a darker strip and then going back over with more of a neutral hue is good. Okay, now let's do this one manually. Like so. Now I have to decide how dark things are going to get. I think this is a good start. We have the idea of some depth here. And then let's go across. Like so. Just for a little cross beam. I really like the challenge of trying to emulate dimensional things in two-dimensional space. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. To have success in visual art, if you're trying to make something look like something, you have to understand how light works. Drawing, painting, is nothing more than an emulation of light. If you understand how light works, how light falls, you can make a painting. And so by studying that, that's the requisite. Do you understand light? Is the question. I'm going to go a bit lighter here, just a touch lighter. Nice. Just a few small details in back here. Go a bit darker. Just for a little more contrast and texture in this area. Okay. I feel like I could use a little more contrast and texture up here. Okay. Make a copy of this. Maybe go a bit darker. Cool. Oh yeah. Like I said, nothing beats the experience of feeling excited by the thing that you're working on. And now we're getting somewhere. Just a bit of detail here. I feel like go a little bit brighter. Kind of all over, but especially in this area. You'll see why in a sec. want to just do a bit of blotching in here. Just for a bit of haze. Yeah. Cool. And now we can add in a little bit of detail. Right around here. Quite nice. A little bit more of this. Okay. Very nice. Okay. Now that we've kind of suggested a bit of a scene back here, maybe we can get a little more distinction. Uh-huh. Just a touch. Flow. Go down to 50 flow. What happens? 50 flow? %% flow. What happens? Oh, yeah. That's also interesting. Interesting. Cool. Okay, I'm also learning the tools here. So this flow really does control how much pigment is put down by the brush. And I just want a little more here at the base to demarc that space. Very nice. Okay. How about just a little more colored haze? Cool. Very nice. Okay, let us revisit this cropping. This, I'm going to go back to my larger brush. And I have a bit of an outcrop like so. That kind of obscures the scene here. And again, we're just taking more of a graphic approach. It's interesting that it even pulls some of the color. That's kind of a happy accident, actually. Pulls some of the color from off screen, like the grid. Very curious. I don't mind. I don't mind it. Too light. I want to be happy with it. Maybe a smaller brush will be good. Yep, a little more fidelity. Like so. Uh-huh, that helps. Again, I want it to be a bit lighter. Let me throw in some light here. Just so, as we're mixing through, a lot of these small hue changes will also just layer in a bit more imperfection. And there's something really nice about the variance in tone, especially for these details that are a bit further out. then we blend this into the floor. Because it's all one big suggestion of a space, right? Oh, we don't need to take this too seriously. Cool. And then I feel like this one wants to come out a bit more. Uh-huh. Sometimes it takes also a bit of bravery for the stuff to just be subtly different, which I'm also here for. Okay, I think that's a good place to rest this area. Very nice. Now let's move on. Maybe this space here could use a bit. Do another backup of the background canvas. Nice. Delete that. So here we go with this little space. Again, I just want to rough in a little bit of texture. I'm going to go back and forth between the dark and light brushes, just to let some of those details kind of knuckle for position. It's more about producing a texture that suggests dimensionality. I'm kind of like, I'm moving the mouse, I'm moving my brush in a way that suggests a grain of the stone. So being intentional with how you move the mouse, move the brush, that gets you closer to your goal for texture or for the presentation of lighting is a good technique. I'm comfortable with all this being fairly smooth, because I think that that's kind of how these like dusty backgrounds look in the game, is they're fairly smooth. We can work on a little more dedicated contrast later with some different tools. Again, maybe smaller is better. I'm not sure if that's what I want to do. I just want to highlight the edge here a little bit more. Comfortable with that. Assuming that this was around the curve of a stone. Cool. So I'm happy with how this is coming together. Let's highlight, let's get a bit of a highlight on maybe the top edge here. Kind of sampling directly on the canvas. Yeah. So now we can see these ridges of stone. And I really am just pushing the paint around until I feel like it makes sense to my eye, and that I'm excited by the output of it. And I think we're there now. This stone ridge I'm very happy with. So let's keep going with this next detail. So here we have one of our first feature items. And I'm going to go from here to about here, I think. And from here to here, or so. I want to go up to this space, maybe. Bit smaller on the brush. Okay. It's important here, I'm doing almost like a silhouette first. Because if I do the black silhouette of the object, then I have more liberty to layer the color on top. Now, I've painted this directly into the background. That's kind of a risk because I can't isolate it as easily, but I'll continue with this. We'll see how it goes. Sometimes when doing more of a pronounced object like this, what I would do is have it on a separate layer, because it can be easier to make adjustments to the shape, the size, the positioning of that thing if it's on its own layer. But I'm taking a chance with that here by just painting directly into the background. I don't have it isolated, but I'm okay with that for the time being. Let me do another save. I'm also not keeping track of the time, and apologize if maybe I go over time, but I really enjoy this process. So, it's okay with you. I'm just gonna lean in here and enjoy the time. Like I said, I don't do paintings like this any other time. These special occasions are the only occasions where I do this kind of thing. Time is all good, man. We're here to enjoy and having fun. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I did go to school for fine art. When I left home to go to university, I was accepted into a drawing and painting program at a school in Ontario. But that school also offered a design program. I didn't even know what design was when I left home for school. Had no idea what design was. Left for school to be an artist. And only was it then at school was I introduced to the world of design, to the world of environmental design, to the world of product design, industrial design, and of course, communication design, visual communication design, advertising, graphic design, illustration, etc. I want to go up like so, not thinking too hard about this. And so I figured I could either pursue a career in fine art and have a perhaps dubious career at best, or I could transition to design and maybe have a go with that. It was probably a good choice. Probably a good choice to transition to actual design. But that doesn't mean I didn't have a couple of years of fine art training where I would go to school and literally draw pictures of naked people and think about light and form and representation and study the history and culture of fine art. That all was a thing that happened a long, long time ago. But it is like a muscle. For anyone who speaks another language or is semi-competitive in some sort of physical activity, I went the industrial design route. Jury is still out if it's worth it. If it clicks, it really clicks. You can have an incredible career in industrial design. I mean, the world does run on products, right? Our consumer economy, there is a demand for products. But it's a challenging space to be in, I want to say. So you can see here I kind of built the flame up, and now I don't want to trample over the layering I've done. As I kind of like scrounge around for a kind of output that I'm looking for here. Even the animation industry is really rough right now. Not surprising. And the whole world is getting turned on its head, really. If we're honest. Okay. Let's do a bit of highlighting here. So we've got a flame shape that I'm happy with. And now we're going to just spend a little bit of time and detail in some highlights for this light source. As you can imagine, the torch would burn quite brightly. You can see all that I'm really doing is just indicating on the geometry where the highlights are. You can convince the eye so readily that a thing is real if you understand how light would fall on that thing. And that's all I'm trying to do here, is just apply the right collection of highlights on this object to convince your eye, to show your eye that we understand where a thing should be light and where a thing should be dark. And if you can do that convincingly, well, then you've got a picture. That's the goal. Take a bit more of this black just to help the bottom side of this lower sconce. And I'm pretty happy with that. Not a bad little torch. Not a bad little indication of a light down the space too, which is really nice. So let's do a little more work here on the stone. Just to get this darkened in a little bit. Don't want to go too dark, but also want it to be dark enough. Dang photorealistic torch. It's not so bad. I think that I mean, I could always mess with this. What does this do? Not what I want it to do. Very interesting. Some of these brushes are just crazy. No, I want the like soft round. What happens here? Yeah, very interesting. Right, you could keep messing with some of the tools to change the shape of that, but I'm happy with where I'm at. Back to our wet brush. Let's do another save. Cool. Should be back? Nice. Okay. Back on the stone here. Let's reinforce this with some more highlights on the wall. I think that's going to help, again, sell the illusion by showing your eyes, look, hey, I understand how this light works. It's going to increase the realism. We do that, again, by saying we understand how light falls on this space, on this object. So we imagine this kind of outcropping. It's very easy to imagine how the highlights would work on it. And so we paint this in. Because if the eye scans and believes that, yeah, there should be a highlight there, and there is, well, then we're doing our job. Because it would be quite bright, wouldn't it? You can imagine the ledge of a stone facing a torch would be quite bright. So we'll take our time with this. Maybe what we do is we start from the bright. We start from some of the brightest highlights. And then we can knock it back from there. So a couple of facets of the stone. Get the most of it. And then we can go back into our yellows. And take it down a little bit. And then as we get into these orange hues, we can start to indicate other highlights on the stone. Like so. Maybe we increase our brush size a little bit. As we tamp this down a little bit. And we do it again over here. So we come from like this space. Let's imagine there's another little ledge. Another edge of stone that runs down just parallel. Down to the base here. And again, some of the brightest zones would be capturing the the majority of the light there. Maybe we have an extra little bit over here too. Very nice. We'll just work this through. Round off a bit of the contrast in some of these spaces. Again, just looking for that point where I feel excited. It is a lot of trial and error, but I want to feel like my eye gets it, you know? And when I hit that point, I'm satisfied. We'll go quieter down here. Just for a bit of punch in the detail up in the stone, which is quite nice. Yeah, that looks nice. Okay. Feel like we're in a good spot here. It's always a different picture when you zoom out. The whole idea is you don't need to absolutely nail the details at the micro level. You just want to have enough so that when you pull back from the picture, it convinces the eye. Let's move on to the main part of the canvas. This is all setting the stage. We can come back to this later, but for now, we'll move on to the part that I'm most nervous about. And for this, we're going to start a new layer. And it looks like I'm just going to start roughing. I'm just going to start roughing because I want to go carefully here. I want to make sure that I get the shapes and the proportions that I'm looking for. And let's start over here maybe. Shapes and proportions. I'm just roughing at this stage. I think this is already feeling better. Come up this way. I feel like this is such an important part of the canvas. I want to get it right. That feels good. What do we see here? What can we see? Let's zoom in a little bit. It's always difficult when you're trying to capture figures for that figure to present itself in a convincing way, especially when there's any sort of kinetic motion involved. I think we're on the right track here. I think we're on the right track. Again, we're just roughing. We can refine the silhouette in time. But I think overall, this is on the right track. Let's think about this. Imagine we've got a gauntlet here. Maybe we go right down like so. I think that's good. Who can see what this is? Let's make this much finer, because there's a little bit of extra detail to put in at this stage. It's almost like this goes right down to the longsword. Maybe I don't need to go that far. Cool. We can round that out a bit in a sec. For now, let's fill this in. Because most of the time in this game, you don't see a heck of a lot, do you? You really don't. Most of the time in this game, the best you get is a silhouette. And that's kind of what we're aiming to capture here. Is just a silhouette that tells our eye enough of what we're looking at. And I wonder if that's enough. I think it is. Let's try again. Let's try again over here. Let's save. Wow, this is already very exciting. We're back here. We're back. It's already very exciting. That's what you want. You want the picture to excite you when you look at it. What do I want to do first here? I think I'll go here. Just want the right shape to start. Let's think about this. I think that is almost there. It's always easier to build up than it is to try to do the thing right from the get-go. So we're building it up here. Let's say there's a big pad like so. And the angles here are very important. We want it to feel right. I want it to feel like this man is jumping for his life, because he is. Ultimately, the piece does have to speak for itself, so we gotta make sure that everything here is kosher. But for now, let's just see if we can get just enough of the anatomy. Just enough. I want a convincing fist. A little more of the gauntlet. Nice. And then if we go up through the fist, about there. Feeling it. Let's go smaller. Very particular shape for this. Again, we can change maybe some of these angles eventually. But I feel like this has basically got it. I want some of this calf. It's working. The people in this game that have learned to jump to mitigate damage, I'm envious of. Because the jumpers, they don't take as much damage. And I'm not a jumper. I'm a croucher in this game. And crouchers usually end up taking more damage. Much to my chagrin, right? Let's get the silhouette baked in here. I'm liking this suggestion of the arm. Liking this suggestion of the belt. Items on the belt. A little bit of bulk in this back leg. But that, I think that says it, right? I think that says it. I'm going to do a quick one back here. Because this person also has a shield on their back. A shield enjoyer, right? Who can see what this is? This is a battle, guys. It's a battle. Cool. So. Oh, it's exciting, is it not? What? Oh, Luke Ney recognizes. Luke Ney recognizes. That warms my heart. Let's put this in the backups. Okay. I think I'm happy with the general shapes. Let us just do a bit of refinement, okay? And this is where the eraser is going to help us. I'm going to go back and forth a little bit, I think. I think I also might cheat a little bit here. I'm going to use my marquee. And then we're going to just adjust the angle of some of these pieces a little bit. Sometimes you can't quite get there just with your one shot. You need the marquee. You need to be able to adjust. Erase, please. You need to be able to adjust after the fact to find that perfect angle. And I feel like this is getting closer. It's also nice to kind of take out some detail and then put it back in. I think what I'll do, I like this little shape. I want to save it. I just want to move it. So I'm using, again, because I painted the figures on a separate layer, got a little more control over the isolation of these things. And I think I'm going to take this down just a touch. Just a touch. Just for a little more. Yeah. Oh, I love it. I can see the gauntlet. Cool. I'm not going to go crazy here. I just want a little more detail on that mace. Yeah. Okay. Now what? And now we start to add a little bit. We start to add a little bit. Because we just want to suggest the metalwork. We want to show the viewer. We want to show our eyes. Oh, I wonder if... Here's a little sneak. So what I'm going to do is, as I look to fill in some highlights here, I'm going to select the silhouette. So now as I paint, I can't exceed the selected area. This is really going to help me throw a highlight on. Because now I don't need to worry about going over. I can just kind of like hit the edge of these things. And you get a little kiss of a highlight, but we're not going crazy. And you're not, I'm not spilling over into any of the unselected area. It's very, very helpful. Probably don't need all the highlight down here. A lot of this figure is in the darkness. And so we'll just suggest that in here. Pull this over a little bit. I think especially here, very important to show the eye. We understand what's happening on this object. I want this to be smooth and subtle. Probably a bit smoother, to be honest. Let me take my flow down to 15% here. It's almost there. I just want such an important piece. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Great. Okay, and let's do the same on the helm. Smaller. You know what? I got to make sure I understand which way. Yeah, the helm would be bending this way, looking down at the opponent. Very important. I almost through my depiction of geometry there showed the viewer that I didn't understand how that worked in space, but we fixed it up. I feel like we could go even like a couple of really small, very bright. Oh, I need to turn my flow back up. Yeah. Just a couple of really nice flickering highlights. And then let's also get the mace going. I feel like I'm gonna want to see these flanges. But just a touch. Okay, so now I've deactivated the selection. Oh yeah. Look at this thing. It's so important to be excited by it. It's so important. Just gonna fill this in a little bit, color this in a little bit. So important to feel excited by the piece. It like literally charges you with energy when you look at a certain part and you're like, yeah, that's exactly what I was hoping it was going to be. I'm just going to get in here, darken this back a little bit. Just enough. Look at the buckler. Look at that. What's the called? The boss? The part of the buckler. The round bit in the middle. I forget what it's called. But I love it. Boss is right. The Jeff? Excuse you? Excuse me? flow is still high. Cool. And then maybe here on the round, we do a bit of... Maybe this is where we start using some of our other tools. Like a darkening tool, a burning tool, shadows. Yeah, that helps. I don't need to invest so much in painting. I can just kind of burn. And that gives me the shadow, the dimensionality I'm looking for there. But let's also follow on the same lines here and show that we understand the round shield as a highlight. And capture that. Just a touch. I think it would be most prominent here. A round shield on his back. Should we do the suggestion of slats? Sure, why not, right? Just a little bit of extra detail in the shield. Just to suggest a bit of slat. I'll just take efforts here to make this appear indeed round. Oh yeah. Cool. Oh, I love the buckler on this thing. So cool. Maybe we do one more pass just to kind of round out some of this buckler shape. Just to make it look a little less cookie-like. Make it seem more like a shield. And love how he's protecting his face, right? There's like, it feels fairly realistic. And that he'd be using it to protect his face. And just peering out over the top of it. Yep. Maybe we want a little more bulk down here. Just a touch, though. Cool. Buckler with milk. Totally. A little more bulk to the gauntlet. Love it. It looks like he's wearing low boots. I guarantee he's not. I guarantee he's not wearing low boots. You know what I mean. And then we'll just do a little more highlight on the bottom of the footwear. Just a touch. I love it. Cool. Cool. Save. Okay. For our main character. Turn shoes? I'm not sure. I guess so. I think so. They're a bit turned over. Bit turned over. Okay, let's work on this guy. Foreground character. Just gonna throw these in the backup folder. Keep my... You can see I've got a backup folder here. That I'm putting all of the layers that I'm not using. Just to keep my file clean. Okay. I'm liking the start of this. I should have done the bow, the crossbow separately. Let's do that. This one I'm not going to worry about cutting into the crossbow. Because I got that saved. Okay. This is my favorite helmet. The Crusader. They've changed the stats a bit over time. But Oh, so nice. Let's get right in here. Let me just do this really quick. I want these to appear not as perfect circles, but more like square stamps. Look at that! Oh, so good. Okay, this is the bottom of the helm. We see this. This is the neck. We've got a bit of the clavicle, right? And then we're here right into the shoulder guard, the shoulder piece. I think I'm okay with this. This looks good. Maybe we go up here a little bit more. Nice. Come down to the end of the shoulder, the elbow guard, into the gauntlet, up like so. And maybe even erase here, and just suggest a bit of a difference between the arm guard and the hand protection. I'm happy with down this side. This looks like turned bit of shoulder armor. Just seeing this come alive makes me want to play the game. That's awesome, Moss. Okay, and now we need a little bit of extra accoutrement. I think actually would be rather large on the belt. We'll do it like so. Maybe what I need to do is need to drop back into the background here and just... Uh-oh. Cool. We're gonna just... complete this little section for the time being. Like so. Maybe I don't mind going really dark in here. It's kind of how it was. More of this red ochre coming in. We can fuss with the background again once the figures are all dusted. But for now, let's keep working here. And what do we see? I love how in this game you can see what people have on their belt, right? I think actually, like, the player in this situation did have a drum, but I'm gonna leave the drum out. I think it makes it a little bit. There's a little too much junk in the trunk, if you know what I mean. The cool thing about this is, boy oh boy, the potions really do stand out in this game, don't they? Okay, let's get back to the detailing here. And again, I think I'm gonna do the same that I did before, where we grab this, which lets us work in some of these edge highlights and not worry too much about painting over into the empty space. So for here, there's a bit of work to do. There's a bit of work to do here. Because we're closer to the light source. We've got a few more highlights to work in to show that we understand what's happening in the scene. Nice gauntlet highlight here. Be a touch down the back. It's not too much else to worry about. Make sure we get the most generous highlights. on the parts of the figure that would reflect the light most readily. Say less. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Feedback on the vids and strats are always appreciated. I feel a bit sad because people come in and say they've learned a lot from the videos. But I feel like at this stage, there just isn't that much. I've hit a ceiling, I guess, of my own skill in the game. And I need to do some work to actually, like, power through and work through that ceiling. I just feel like I don't have that much else to teach. But I'm glad when people find the old stuff and find it useful. I feel like when the game was newer, when I was newer at the game, I was happy just to have any kind of combat, right? Like every kind of combat was interesting. But as I got better at the game, I was only really interested in certain kinds of combat. There's like certain people who are clearly newer at the game and there wasn't much to glean or like share from those fights. And now I feel like the game is so solved in a lot of ways that I struggle to find things to share. There also isn't the same amount of new players there once was. There are less people at that kind of like beginner tier where I was the most comfortable seeking advice, looking for combat strategies, etc. How do I feel about this? What I'm trying to do now is suggest an understanding of like the cloth bit at the bottom of this Crusader helm. Maybe I just need to spend a little more time. Usually the answer is, when you're trying to do something realistic, any kind of art, the longer you spend, the better it gets. It really is just a matter of combining knowledge and time. If you are able to spend enough time with something, you can usually get it there. But that's the hardest part. Is making the time or having the time. There's a bit of endurance too required. Like you do need to like power through in some situations. You do need to power through. For example, you know, during this whole exercise, I'm wondering how long should I spend here? How long is this taking? I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this to show, you know. But stuff does get better the more time you spend. So I got it. I think I liked it before. Cool. Okay, let's fine up some of this stuff, these highlights. Just enough of a suggestion. Oh, yeah. I want to make sure that I'm happy with these top highlights, as it is Very important part of the piece here. These ones here are suggesting the top of the arm. Thrusting the sword. I think I can maybe take this down a little bit. Take this down just a touch. Maybe pull this out just a touch. Oh yeah. Dudes, we're getting there. We're getting there for sure. Anything down here? I wonder, I'll make a copy of this, I'll save. PVE art stream when? Noted, Lyrebird. I think I need to... Like, the thing that inspires the subject matter, I've got to feel it. And I need to spend a little more time with the PVE in order to feel it, if you know what I mean. Okay. Let's do a little bit of a background addition. I think right here. Let's see. Is this necessary? Yeah, maybe we can make it work. Just wanted to do a little indication. Of a chest. Just for some variation. I feel like this has got it there. We'll go a bit finer and a bit brighter for the lid of the chest. We're doing this just for a little bit of tonal variation, textural variation. And then we can erase. What if I go like this? Uh-huh. Cool. Jury's out on whether or not we'll keep that around. Okay. And now, maybe we do just a bit more work on a few highlights of stones. And then we'll put the finishing touches on. We'll do the oils, I guess. And then here, we've got more stone highlights because we have the torch above. We have the torch above. We want to see that reflected here. Just to give a little more dimension to the scene. And again, show that we understand how light works. Very nice. And then here, we're going to move the brush in a way that provides some texture. Similar to how we were moving the brush in this area. quite want that one. Nice. I'm just going to spend like 10 more minutes on some of these environmental details. Because I want to be happy with that too. But especially down here. I feel like there's an opportunity here to make this area feel a bit more interesting. And for this, I wonder, slightly bigger brush. Yeah, just to fill some of that in. Very nice. And then let's not be shy to go pretty hot on some of these little details. Just to indicate individual stones. Especially down here. I wonder if it makes sense to... I guess we have started dark. If we fill this in... This is an example of me learning on the fly. Like I say, I don't practice this in between streams. And I've got an idea of what I'm looking to achieve. But... I don't get a chance to practice this very often, and I don't make the time. And I really should, because it's a lot of fun. Oh yeah, grabbing this neutral tone and sweeping it across is a really nice way to make some texture there. I think it'd be great if I experimented more with like a low flow, but I'll spare us this time around. I think a low flow will go far in helping me kind of paint over things in a subtle way. We're getting closer. We're certainly getting closer here. Let's wrap up the bow, and then I'll put on a little more flourish. A little more flourish for the figure, and we'll do our last effects pass. So here we have this guy. Let's complete the crossbow. I wonder if I should do this behind. Yeah, that helps me. We do want a thicker brush. For the arm of the crossbow. And I want some geometry that satisfies me. I think that looks good. I think I really like how the string looks already. Content with that. Maybe just a little bit of refinement in the curve here. Just a touch. Rad. And then, on top of all this, I've got a couple of things. I've got my own heater shield that obscures, yeah, the bottom part of the image. I like that. And then, let's be brave here. I'm going to put all of the working bits in the backup. And we'll make one final group here. Call this working. Working backup. And now what I can do is flatten this. And now we have all of the paint together. And let's just do a little, like a last pass of some of these details. What I want to do is this. I think I'll use this oil brush. This is going to take a second. Oh yeah. But it's a very important bit of the scene. Who can see what I'm doing? Who recognizes this? All foreground pieces. Very important that I don't go too far long on these. Ugh. It's the little things that make it, right? It's the little things that make it. Just gotta be careful that I don't go overboard here. I don't want to do too much. I don't want to disrupt too many of the silhouettes, but we are being realistic to the game. The particle effects are fairly generous, if I do remember. Ah, so cool. I want to do just enough in the right places to make it feel like it's busy, but not take up too much of the screen space. It's a good start. Just enough. Uh-oh. Weird. Oh, weird. What have I done here? Huh. RGB, paths, work path. Did my Photoshop lock up? Can I save? Oh, dudes, this has never happened before. Let's see. I'm gonna go into tavern mode. Yeah. Wow. It looks like I can still save. Let me try this. And then I'll force quit. Adobe product locking up? Never happens, right? We're just gonna end the task and we'll boot it up again. Time is it? 3:14. So we've been doing this for, what, a couple hours? Great, that was my ambition, right? Okay, let's get Photoshop back up. We'll complete the last step of this. And we'll call it a done deal. Let's see. Welcome. Let's open version 6. It looks like we're back. Yeah, good. We're back. Take off the grid. And now let's mess around. I want a few of these sprint lines. Maybe if I turn my flow down. I don't want... Yeah, I think the smaller, brighter ones are better. If I'm being honest. just want a few of them to actually be pretty wispy. That's a nice one. Again, just going until I'm satisfied, right? Until something excites me. Then I know I'm on the right track. But these finer, smaller ones... I wonder if we can go even brighter here. Maybe we need the flow back. Not too many. Let's go even brighter. What happens? I wonder if we go on a new layer. Yeah, we're gonna get much brighter on a new layer. So because the wet on wet was picking up, there we go. Let's do just little highlights in some of these so they're noticeable. Takes time for this part of the process, but it really benefits from the detail. I don't want to overdo it. And now what I can do is make a copy of that layer. And I can smudge a little bit. I can knock these back. Wow, that really smudges it all day. That's weird. Strength? Is that... I was like wondering why it's like not there. You can really smudge them. It's quite smudgy. I want just enough so you can see the effect, but not so much that it becomes too much of a focal point. And I like putting the highlights on the end of the streaks. Makes it look more like a particle effect. Gives it more of a sense of motion. I'm so happy with this. The figures really came out nice. Okay. Okay. I'm tempted to spend another half hour on polish, but I don't think I need to. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna collapse this again. And then I'm gonna make a copy here, and we're gonna burn a few things. We'll zoom out a little bit. So these burn tools are very useful in introducing more of a tonal variety in existing flat artwork. So we can use it to punch out areas of contrast. Just like so. And then let's mess around with some adjustments here. Curves is kind of interesting. Where's my effect layer? Properties? Nice. And I can boost the contrast with my curves, which I like. You really can see the potion and the sprint. This helps the, what do you call it? The torches, too. Wet brush. Let's make it so the darkness. The blade of the longsword interrupts the highlight of the kneecap there. I like that better. And then vibrance, does this add anything? A bit of orangeness. Cool. Dudes. Do I have it here? You want to see what's up? Let's see. Let's do a little demo and see what it needs. Let's do a little demo. Let me just do one more little round of burning. I'm happy with this. Whoa, that's a smudge. It's not a burn. Burn, please. One more round. And then we'll check this out. That's not it. Did I even load this in? 1 second. Tavern. Oh. That's not going to help me. Let me try this. And then this one? Yeah. Are we ready for this one? Let's see. Make this slightly bigger. Do a little preview here. Just a little preview. I mean, to me it passes the smell check, right? How does that look? Does that pass the smell check? The torch looks good. The figures look good. You can see the sprint lines. You can see the health pot. I could have spent more time with the environment, but that's a little bit... You know, I don't want to make you sit here for another hour to watch me fuss with stones. So, let us do the last final steps here. Tavern time. And we'll just do a little export, shall we? We are going to export. I'm going to actually do the old legacy save as. Yeah. And we'll put this... Give me a second here, just to file it properly. We're in art stream number 4. And let me just quickly, maybe can I experiment with extra curves here? That could be nice. We'll do that. A little extra curves. Cool. And then that should be that for Photoshop. We're going to close Photoshop and flip back to Illustrator. And then just file browse. Here. And we'll throw this in to this scene. I think we need to curve it out a bit more. And you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. I'm going to do that before I do the reveal. I want it to be a bit punchier. Bear with me, okay? Bear with me while I reboot Photoshop. Because I want this to look good at the reveal. For this, we want to put a curves. I think this is going to make it nicer. Okay. And we save this as... And then we do a little output of this. Art stream 4. Yep, this one. And then back here in Illustrator, we change our linked file. Art stream. This one. Yeah. Okay, dudes. Are you ready? DK at the perfect time. Perfect time for 10 executive promotions. Guys, what do we see here? Oh, Jay got... And Fart? Are you kidding? Jay and Fart. Very nice, DK. Thank you so much. Dudes, what did we make today? A deathmatch event, right? It's a gold card. It's multicolor. Requires red and black and 2 others. What a champ, DK. It's a sorcery. Summon 15 3/3 friends and take over the caves for an afternoon. My body is ready, says Two Hands the Bold. Indeed, we have Luke Nay with his iconic buckler shield slam flange mace round shield combo. Rusty batteries in the foreground with the longsword. The melee deathmatch, guys. The melee deathmatch. Deathmatch event. Summon 15 3/3 friends and take over the caves for an afternoon. It's awesome. So what I'm going to do is quickly send... Is this okay? Does this look okay? I think this is passable. I think this is passable. You get the gist, right? You get the hint of it. This card might be kind of good. Copyright at the bottom, of course, right? Gotta give credit where credit's due. Let me, again, I'm gonna go back to the tavern. We'll save this out. We'll give a copy to Clippy. We'll throw it in the Discord, okay? Okay. Let's just group all this. And then... So bear with me again. 3 minutes for the export. We're going to export the selection as a PNG. It might be massive. We probably don't need it to be so massive. No, I think it's okay. We can just do 1x. 1x is probably fine. And this will be deathmatch event. Okay. We'll double check that looks good. I think so. I definitely could have spent longer on some of these details. But I think in the interest of time, I made a decision to take a few shortcuts. Let's just get Clippy these files. Here's this one. And then also... Scene assets. Art stream. There's that. Let's throw this up in Gen Chat. Another lovely art stream. Featuring Rusty Batteries and Luke Nay. You love to see it. There it is. Could have spent all day on it, guys. Could have spent all day. Instead, spent... Man, that's like the fastest... It's like 2 hours just absolutely runs. Just absolutely runs. But the 15 creatures you summon all fight each other mandatorily. Just gonna boot the game, and then I'll flip back off a tavern mode here. The Blinchy speedrun. 3/3s? I mean, that's... I imagine that we're 3/3s, right? When we're in deathmatch mode, I imagine we're 3/3s. That's how I imagine it. Let me close out of some of my programs here. Gold frame. And we'll cancel this. And then let me just open. Hydrate, thank you. The modules and riddles. We're back to our regularly scheduled program. Sorry, a bit more time in the tavern here because I just don't want to flash my hard drive. Stupidly. Deblinky? Deblinchy? GG, dudes. Okay. I'm going to go for a quick bathroom break. We'll come back and we'll review the games. We'll probably just do a quick round of dividend games just to say thanks for sitting through the art stream. And then we'll get into some dungeon activities, okay? So quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. I think the fart has always, like the cloud has always, we did it once. Clippy's just that good, you know? Guys, I was so, I don't know. I think there's a bit of nervousness. So I didn't, man. I didn't want to take too long. I couldn't not focus on that. But I need to drink some more water. It's good. It's good. I wish, man, another hour on that, and it'd be really great. Hey, Yakman, how are you? I could watch that all day, dude. Okay, cool. I'll keep that in mind. It's cool. So I'm just kind of looking at it now. It's such a blur. It's performative art is really strange. It's really strange. Maybe I will make time in the weeks ahead before the next one, just to get even better at the tools. The interior detail lines are brownish and some light brown overlay shapes too. Yeah. I tell you, these, like the emotes, the challenge of making a graphic legible and distinct at such a small size, like Clippy takes it very seriously. Yeah. It takes hours. It takes hours to make an ostensibly very simple emote because we're nerds for this kind of thing. We're totally nerds for it. I'm still looking at the magic card. Oh, cool. That was fun. Arming sword or falchion? Arming sword all day. for me personally. For me personally, arming sword all day. Okay, what's going on now? We're back. I gotta hydrate. I had a sip of a smug. That's not hydrating. Nice to stare and appreciate. Yeah, the problem is if I stare too long, then you start wanting to fix things, and we're moving on. Okay. To say thank you for your patience while we worked through a 10th stream tradition, let's do maybe a quick round of 3 dividends. We've got 6 to do today. We have 6 dividends up for grabs today. Okay? 6 games. And then the way it works is, if you win today, you have a choice. You can, of course, as usual, pick any prize, any dividend you want from the pile. And boy, oh boy, we got some goodies. We got some goodies in the stash, dudes. We've got a ton of nice chest pieces, gloves, boots, pants, capes, really nice arming sword, legendary falchion, a warhammer we plucked out last time around, a recurve bow we plucked out last time around. We have a unique halberd, courtesy of origami. We have some decent jewelry. You can choose any of these things. You could have a community art event where we paint with you instead of battling to the death with you. You could spend a couple hours on a piece there. Just an idea, though. Interesting. I feel like it might be tough to get everyone in the same software environment, NAP. But it is a lovely thought. If we can think of some way, maybe there's some like browser-based software. If we're gonna do something like that, I want to make sure that we can all do it, and you don't have to already be paying for an Adobe subscription, etc. Photo P is browser Photoshop. Interesting. Microsoft Paint. Maybe not everyone's on a Windows box. Oh yes, definitely is. I'll use MS Paint, no worries. Haha. Yeah, not nearly as good of a brush system. I feel like a lot of what we just did there kind of like leaned heavily on the wet brush, the Photoshop wet brush. Anyway, we have these things in the pile, okay? But if you win a prize today, you can choose to forego a selection from the pile, and instead, you can roll the dice on one of these cards for a freshly minted opportunity. Okay, there's no guarantee that what you will reveal behind one of these cards will be any better than what you could get, definitely, from the pile. Okay? But the choice is yours. The choice is yours. I always called it photo... PA? PA? I never said it out loud. No clue it was photo P. Photo PA. Princess PA. Totally. Okay, so, just to get back into the flow of stream, let's focus up, come back to the tab. What do we do first? What do we do first? Let's do the riddle, then let's do the close-up, then let's do the marketplace guessing game. Okay, how does that sound? How does that sound? Princess Leia or Leia. I always said Leia, not Leah. Leia is weird. Leia is my go-to. We've watched up to episode 6 of the first season of Andor. Such a good show. Such a good show. Okay, dudes. Are you here? We're back. Monday board meeting. You are all board members. It's Leia. Come on, guys. This is your chance to win a prize. All it takes is being here, right now. That's all it takes. Riddle, riddle. Andor is mind-blowingly good. Yes. Your job is solve the riddle. Solve the riddle. Only one. Only 1 or 2 guesses each, please, okay? First person to solve. Spelling matters. No question marks. in your answers. If you put a question mark after your answer, if you do not have self-confidence, you will not win the prize. I will not award the prize to you. So you have to believe in yourself, okay? That's the rule. Are you ready? Here we go. Here we go. First person in chat to guess what am I wins the first dividend of the day. What am I? What if I put it before the answer? Huh? It's clearly Arming Sword. Armong Sword? You wish. Okay. Gooners. Here we go. Here we go. We're back. Some dang ol' uplifting dividend games. Yes. What am I? While Two Hands is still waiting for his flight. Here we go. You adventuring lot. You all play the same. Stumbling in the dark for some semblance of fame. Crack the box, loot the corpse. What are you searching for? See how low you have stooped, picking junk off the floor. And though I'm no different, to be sure, I'm a prize. I am long lost instructions in a coiled disguise. But its potential unmet. Too much greed in your loins. You overlook all my wisdom and trade me for some coins. What am I? What am I? You adventuring lot, you all play the same. Stumbling in the dark for some semblance of fame. Crack the box, loot the corpse. What are you searching for? See how low you have stooped, picking junk off the floor. And though I'm no different, to be sure, I'm a prize. I am long lost instructions in a coiled disguise. But its potential unmet. Too much greed in your loins. You overlook all my wisdom and trade me for some coins. Oh, what am I? Yeah, you dudes got there. You dudes got there. What is it? Indeed, an ancient scroll. An ancient scroll is the answer. And who else? Watch the spelling, Blake. Bandages. God, that was instant. I went through it twice. Thankfully, I'm happy if people don't get it on the first pass. If it takes a couple of reads, I'm happy. Featured in today's artwork, Luke Ney. Jay was almost there. Luke Ney, Ancient Scroll. Very good, GG. Excellent work. Luke Ney. Zombie Triceps. Wait, I got it first. Mateo? Yes. My bad. I'm sorry, Luke. It's Maddie. Mateo. Ah, my mistake. Look, I was seeing AP, and I bailed, and I reread, and then I didn't look up. My apologies, Mateo. GG. Sniped it. Did he get it on the first read? If so, then I need to make the riddles harder, please. It's me, Lamau. I was too early. I did. Yes, okay. Good. Excellent. Victim of your own success. Yeah. I was like, aha. No one's gonna get it. I have time to reread it. No, Maddie's there. Excellent work, Mateo. He got it first line. Was it first line? No. It wasn't first line. People were saying AP. We're moving on. Moving on. Suffering from success. Okay. Let's go over here. Mateo is a weapon. Okay. Stay focused, guys. Stay with me. Ready for close-up. Here it goes. You know the rules for this one. Tell me what this thing is. Only one or two guesses each, please. You're gonna win this time. Spelling matters. Are you ready? Gooners, assemble. Here we go. What is this thing? Start guessing, but only guess when you feel semi-confident because you don't have unlimited guesses here. Goon? Rusty batteries. A golden turd. I mean, you wouldn't be incorrect, but it is in fact not a golden turd. A golden skull token. Whoa. What's that? Is that like a currency from before? A marvelous chest is an excellent guess. Gold ore is an excellent guess. Huh. From the event. Is the event on now? Looks like gold corn. Yeah. Looks like no snipers. But we are super close. I'm not doing my job properly if people guess it at super close. Now we're just very close. It was an old event. Yeah, that's an old one. Grim Smile Ring is a great guess. It is not. Exquisite Treasury. Interesting. It is not. Golden popcorn from the MTV Awards logo. Who can see this? This is a bit different, right? Now there's a bit more of the picture here. Ultimate Dragonfly. No. Good guess, though. Monkey Pendant. Excellent guess. It is not. Have you tried stepping back from the screen? Whatever screen you might be viewing on, you really have to get far away. It really helps. The golden harp from the new lobby screen. Interesting. No. No. You guys are... These are good guesses. But the answer is no. Let's zoom out again. Are you ready? Are you ready? Now we're just kind of close. Ooh, more data, right? More visual data. Smaller pixels. Who can tell me what this is? I'm looking for the exact name of the thing. The season pass, it is not. Reinforced gloves, it is not. Is this a bloody question mark? What did I say? Everyone gets another guess. Everyone gets another guess. I want the exact name of the thing. I haven't seen it yet. If you were to hover this thing in the game, it would say what it is, and I want that exact thing. And if you've already guessed, you can guess again. What shape can we get a hint? It is this shape. Here is the shape. Some people are close. This is tough. This is tough because some people are close, but I'm looking for the first person to give me the exact name of the thing. Lyrebird, you would think. Perhaps the name of this thing is so simple, it's hiding in plain sight. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. This is tough. Yes. Yes. That's it. That's it. You guys have responded well to the instructions. What is the name of this thing? Who can see what it is? It is, in fact, a humble torch. I hate this so much. Lyrebird. Oh, Lyrebird was so sure he was going to win this one, guys. Man, that's dirty. No way. It is just a torch. I've never seen that skull torch in my life, and yet it is all over the bloody crypts. Now I'm in. Yes, Luke. GG, Lyrebird. Good sport. Lyrebird is mauling, guys. Lyrebird is mauling because, in fact, Luke Nay just snuck in there. Look at this. Torch. GG, Lyrebird. It's going to Luke Nay. I felt bad for taking it away after overlooking Mateo's excellent guess to the riddle. But now everything is right in the world. Except for Lyrebird. Luke Nay would not be denied. Yes. Okay. A torch. Good. Let us. Okay. I've given you too many restrictions. Let's take the gloves off, guys. This game is called You Sold That for What? You sold that for what? And the way this game works is I'm going to show you an item. Okay? I'm going to show you an item that I sold on the market. You tell me how much I sold it for. Unlimited guesses. Spam guesses, but not yet. You gooners. Okay? You can use all your brain power this time. I'm going to tell Clippy the answer, and then I'm going to say go. Does it have to be exact? Yes. Only the exact guess wins. Guess the exact sale price. But not yet. But not yet. I'll tell Clippy the answer. Clippy, here comes the answer. Hopefully you can see that okay. Clippy, you can tell me the answer to in case Clippy needs help. Yeah. Okay, Clippy says okay. Get ready when I say go with my voice. When I say go with my voice. I'm going to show the item, then I'm going to say go. You ready? Then you're going to guess the answer. What is the item? It's a frost amulet with dexterity and physical power. Go. How much did this sell for? Go. How much did I sell this for on the marketplace? I sold this. It has been sold. Spam guesses. Guess as many times as you want. I said go with my voice. Now we're looking. Now I have to be very careful because there are a lot of guesses. Some people are very close already. I don't want to mess around here. A lot of 420s. You are right to guess 420. Oh, I'm talking, I'm not looking. We have a winner. Dang. Clippy says winner. Okay. Let me see if I can see it with my eyes. There hasn't been too many. I'll have to use my find. I'll have to use technology in a second. We have a winner. Wow, that was fast. Oh, that's because people have an idea of how much things go for, right? So, we indeed did sell this frost amulet, but for how much? How much, guys? What the? How much should we sell this for? $469. Let's find. $469. 2 correct answers. Ooh, J is first. D Air is second. Wow. Wow. J knows. J. Yep. Bouncing around 469, 479, 489. Very interesting strategy. Not running the straight, but knows maybe how I tend to price things on the market. Very good. J. I guessed too late. D Air, Derry, you were there. You were there, buddy. It's Jay. Congrats, Jay. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Maddie, Luke, Jay. I wonder if you guys are available for trade. I wonder. I also price stuff ending in... I feel like it endears you to buyers. I feel like there's ways to make people smile and spend their money. Are you available for trade by chance? Let's see. I can take trades, me min only on my laptop. Yep. I go for gamble, but I'm available. Okay, let's go. Fair is fair. We'll give Maddie the first choice. Yeah, I'll go for the gamble. I see. Okay. I'm not a market person. I just sell low and buy the cheapest gear. I'm the same, Rusty. I'm the same. Let's see if Maddie... What did he say? I can take trades, me min on my laptop. If Jay and Luke are ready, they can go first. Oh, need a minute. No. We wait for the winner. No problem. With the 400s, it's tough to decide whether to price at 469 or 420. Quack, yes. Absolutely. I've got a lot of these. I've been, like, keeping track of, like, the sale price of various items. I think this is kind of a fun one. It's a bit of a mix-up, right? The market is just so important in the game. And having a sense of how much things are worth is kind of interesting. So I'm looking forward to running this again. It sounds like people are interested in the Gamba tiles while we have them. Does Maddie want to pick from the pile or choose a door is the question. Got a new rug because it rhymes with grug. What is a grug? Does anyone know? What is grug? No worries, Maddie. No worries. We'll have to ask Maddie, do you want to pick from the pile or a Gamba door? It's a film called The Croods, but you already know I need the Gamba. I see. Man, the vast minority of people, when given the opportunity to pick a guaranteed prize or roll the dice on Gamba doors, the vast minority will pick a prize. I watch it with my son all the time. Awesome. Well, we have 6 doors today. Mateo and other winners. Always roll. It's not true. It's not always... but it's choice, right? It's a choice. I guess that's why I need financial advice. These handout numerals are really nice. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that, Flippy. I mean, this one maybe could be a little bit more extended. Just a touch, maybe. So neat. We'll ask Mateo if he indeed does want a door to choose a number, and we will reveal the prize that he gets, and then Luke Nay, and then Jay gets to pick. Pig with Nick Cage. No. I couldn't even bring myself to watch the remake of The Wicker Man. Has anyone ever seen the original movie The Wicker Man? Okay, I'm ready. Thanks for waiting, y'all. No problem. No problem, dude. A near perfect film. Wow. Next year, there'll be Egyptian hieroglyphs. He says. Not the bees. No, the bees. Not the bees. So many doors. Yes to both Wickers. Excellent. Excellent. I've seen the original. Excellent. Oh! I am with my people, right? I love that original movie. I absolutely adore it. It's so creepy, but in like such a good old-fashioned way. Give me door number 4. Okay, guys, we're off the ground. Ready? Mateo solved the riddle. Mateo won a dividend. Mateo decided to forego a prize for the potential of whatever is here behind door number 4. What do you guys think it is? You want to see what he wins? What does Mateo win? Oh! No! You just got boned. Now, in fairness, as consolation, the bones these days aren't worth nothing. So, we've got bones for you, Maddie. We got bones for you. You got boned. We got bones. We got bones. Let's trade them. Let's trade them. Is Taint? There he is. Taint's here. It's not nothing these days. It's not nothing. You got boned. But it's not nothing. You can sell these. GG, Maddie. That's the risk. That's the risk. Bones are worth like 100 G for each. What is... Whoa! 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 Fancy band. Fancy longsword. Dang, for our warlocks. Wow, you've been busy. Magical damage bonus on the occultist pants. Whoa. Dang. Dang, thanks. What a way to start the week. That's 500 gold worth of human remains. Guys, we did not get boned by this exchange. Thank you very much, Mateo. Longsword, ultimate gold band, occultist pants. Yes. Are these things quest items? Marketplace? Are these things quest items? Not really. We appreciate it nonetheless. Okay. Luke Nay. Luke Nay is up. 7 strength on a pair of pants. I'll take the 6th door, as in the impact resistance of the buckler. Luke Nay knows what he likes. Okay, Luke Nay correctly identified the torch, right? And has chosen to forego a guaranteed prize for whatever is here behind door number 6. Oh! 3 coin pouches. Very nice. That's not nothing. These things sell, do they not? They're useful, are they not? That's nice. Ooh, nice. Let's do... We have to do this, though. We have to do this. We gotta make sure they're topped up. We have to make sure of that. Nejo, I wonder? Nejo. There he is. GG, nice pick. Nice pick. The gambit has paid off. Hello. Happy Monday. Me trusty shield. You got it. Oh! Ooh, a thorn shard. Ooh. Wow. Great fighter Morris. You found it. Uh-huh. I see that. Thank you. So cool, guys. A thorn shield. So cool. My goodness. What a trade. What a trade. We say yes. Thank you very much, Luke. You know, we've got a little... Should I tease it? I think I'm gonna tease it. I think next week, we've got... We'll do a little minor artifact giveaway. Because, look at this. We've got Stillmen boots. We've got Tangle Thread trousers. We got Blood Sap blades, 2 of them found by myself. We've got a Thorn Shield. We've got Wanderlight Lantern. So maybe next week, we find the best pair of these. Maybe these ones. Next week we do... these are nice. We do a little... Maybe we'll do a Bonk Royale or something. We'll do a minor artifact giveaway next Monday, because these are fun. And these go up in value, I feel like. Oh no, not the lemon party. Don't worry, he's fine. Let's ask Jay. Jay, before we totally move on here, Jay is deserving of a prize. And what would Jay like? Would Jay like a pick from the pile? Or would Jay like to roll the dice on a door? I wonder. Let's ask Jay. I choose gamble. Show me door number 2. Oh! He knows what he wants. Okay. Jay knows the market. Jay knows how to price items in this game when selling to other humans. Jay was the 3rd winner of today's dividend games. And foregoing the pile, Jay has chosen door number 3. And what did Jay win? Jay wins... Oh! A Blinn Mint! This is a nice one. Look at this. A Ring of Quickness with Strength and True Fizz. Found by my own 2 hands. Also, as part of this prize, door 2. He picked door 2. I made a mistake. Guys, I made a mistake. I don't know why I got door 3 in my head there. Door 2. I stepped away for 1 second. Guess what is behind door 3? Door 2. I'll scramble. We'll re-scramble, but we know what now what's on the line. Blooper reel. We know now what's on the line. Door 2. Rewrite the numbers is fine. What is... It's probably not going to be as good. Let's see. Ice Cold Rocks. Ice Cold Rocks. Not so bad. Door 2 was next to door 3. I don't know why I got confused there. Wait, I changed my pick. It's like the Monty Hall thing. Okay. Not so bad. Ice Cold Rocks. It's not the worst thing in the world. What I'll do is I'm going to scramble, but you now know what's up for grabs, dudes. There's a fancy one up there. And you can still win, too. Ice Cold Rocks. I need trade. Why did I get that confused? I think... I don't know why. I think because I knew that 3 was a good thing, and I was excited because I thought he said 3. But my bad. Let's see. Guy? Get out of here, bots. Guy. There it is. Thank you. 1 and 3 for a nice Blinn ring. Sorry. My bad. I need that ring. Stay tuned. I made a mistake. But, consolation prize, Ice Cold Rocks. Can't go wrong. Wow. Wow. You've been busy. We'll have a big old minor artifact giveaway next week. Thank you so much for this. I really appreciate it. It's going to make for a really nice event next Monday. Look at all these things. Dudes. Wowie woo wow. Can you bring anything into Arena these days? Can you bring whatever you want in there? Including these minor artifacts? Is that possible? I wonder. Okay, before we move on, let me just take some time here to scramble the remaining prizes. Okay, you can't see. My goodness. Let me hide the tiles. Intermission. I'm going to play some games. I'm going to get into the dungeon and then I'll do the intermission, I think. Let us... How mean... How cruel do I want to be here? I wonder. Who knows? Who knows? Even if it's not minted by you. Is this adequate hiding? I wonder. Sorry I made a mistake there, guys. But I think this is going to make the back half of the games even more exciting. Man, there's something about the drop shadow on some of those items that really chug down my computer. Okay. I think we're good to go here. Yeah, I think we're good to go here. Look, we're back. You have no idea now what's here. You have no idea, but we know there's something good that remains. Something good that remains. Okay. Shall we get into the dungeon finally? Finally. I think so. Play a few rounds. We'll come back. Yeah, we'll play for like half an hour, 45 minutes. Come back to the rest of the games, and then hide it behind door number 2. Did I move it at all? Is the question. It's definitely, who knows, right? Who knows? I want to do, speaking of Maddie, a favorite of Maddie. Before I get into some of the other builds of other people, I'm going back to the block dish. We have a list, right? Yeah. Yap and Housekeep we did. The Boncross art event we did. Chill dividends, halfway done. Block dish, and then some community builds. I'm gonna run around with a longsword for Blinn. Rusty can't resist. Rusty loves to get in there. Block dish. Probably need some PDR. But maybe we'll just go with the heavy gamb. And I think start with this, and we'll decide if we want to put on anything fancy. Why not? We'll put on a legendary. We'll just, who cares? Who cares about these things, right? A Spangen helm? Sure. Just to strike fear. How about a monkey pendant? All ats? Interesting. Can't we settle this over a pint? Spangen bis. Luke Nay knows. Luke Nay knows. He never leaves home without his Spangen helm. How about a surge kit too? Why not? So the rule of the block dish is that I can use the bardiche, but I have to block first. I actually have to successfully block before I can attack. That's the rule. Maybe after this, we'll do a silent round, and I can give my voice a break, because I'm starting to lose it a little bit. I don't know why I love when Blinn is choosing gear and just goes, sure. It's because the game. I want the game to be fun, and if I worry about what I'm wearing, then the game is less fun. So I have to just not care. If I don't care, I have more fun, is the way it goes. Block dish. I gotta block first, and then I can go to town. Block first, and then it's ham time, right? Let's go. Proceeds to suplex knight in full armor. I love that you can block with the bardiche, right? Very important in the block dish loadout. We block first, and we counterattack. Which way do I want to go? I kind of want to be cheeky. Let's go out the outside. Let's go up the outside here. Ham time? Yeah, we go ham time. Look at me. Look at that. I can block the slime. You just gotta look up. Just gotta block once, and then I'm allowed to attack. That's the way it works. I should have brought Adrenaline Rush. Should have brought Adrenaline Rush. Oh, yeah. Let's see what's up. PVEs are like onions. They have layers. I guess I know what you mean. I guess I know. What does that mean? I'm not sure if I know what that means. Let's go here. Are we gonna get blocked by this dragonfly? I don't think so, but it was close. It was close. Is that a gray bardiche? It is. It is a gray bardiche. Signs of life. Into the bridge room. We have a spear. It's a ranger. block it. Ah, I've got one block. He used the backstep, and down he goes. I don't feel like continuing to push the ranger, but we did get a block. Let's see. If he follows. We've trapped him. We've trapped him. There are no open doors. He has a spear. I missed with my Bardiche. I missed with my Bardiche. Let's second wind. Blocked him. We just barely got him. We just barely got him. Block-diche. That was close. Is there a mage here? Well played. What a silly ranger. It's the ranger trap. We close the door behind him, and if he's got no doors to go through... It's amazing how many people can't play the game when there isn't a door to close, right? Counterattack clutched that, I think. I think you're right. Thank you, Sneakers, for the 5 executive promotions. Sorry, I'm just kind of winding down from that. That was an experience. Indy, M. Johnson, Spectral Carrot 2. Thank you very much, Sneakers. Appreciate it. Okay, we're back on our feet, guys. We're back on our feet. Let's see if this ranger had a campfire. LOL, door and door. Oh, I hear steppies. It's a rouge. It's a rouge. And they wonder why I love the block-diche. It sounds like this guy wants to come this way. Dip and dipper. Let's put an extra torch over here. Let's see if we can trap the rogue. I didn't get a chance to fully loot the ranger. He had a ring or two. Maybe I heard a spell? Yeah, it looks like a warlock spell. Okay, we'll go to the north. That is some hellfire. Finish looting. Thank you. We'll move up in the darkness. Okay, they're in the doorway. Mummies on them. Blood bags. This is tough. I gotta block once. I have to block once. I wonder if he'll come through. Yes. Uh-oh, the door is closed! Oh no, what do I do? I can't play the game, the door is closed! But you need to attack me here. I need you to attack. Yes. Yes, come on. Oh, he went down into the pit. He went into the pit, guys. Will he even attack me? He's down there. He's got his blood bags. Very hard to get the reset time on the Bardiche is very extended. Can he even make it up on that side? I don't think so. I think it has to be this side. Bullying people with doors. It's just funny. Uh-oh. Here comes the rogue, I think? Yeah, here comes the rogue. We're letting the warlock up the ramp. It's the darkness now. That's not good. This rogue is like, I don't want anything to do with this nonsense. Okay, I needed more torches. Yes! We got it. Yep. Number 3. Just barely. Number 1 here. Oh. Uh-oh. What's second wind? He's got zombies behind him. It's a tough spot for him to be in. Okay. Let's close this door. And campfire again. I got baited into the door. Attacking in the door frame. Not recommended. Log bonk-ish. Yeah. Log bonk-ish. I feel like you can't have this kind of fun in High Roller, right? Bladed, an edged log. Edged log bonk. You can't do this in High Roller. This is not... Okay. Let's go. Come on. Can I block the Hellfire? Does it count? What do you... He wants the door. Nope. He fell down again. I hear another door. That's another Hellfire with the door here. My man wanted doors. My man wanted doors to be open. He's not comfortable. He needs the door. HR is not the fun mode. It's true. We have to get him to attack us, though. My crossbow isn't reloaded. He really does love the door. I should have VoIPed. Next time I'll VoIP. I'm reloading my crossbow. Totally. Where'd he go? He's down. Hey, man. Hey, man. Do me a favor. Can you hit my Bardiche? Do me a favor here, just hit my Bard... Whoa, what the heck was that? That was weird. You see that? Can you hit my Bardiche here? Just aim for my Bardiche, would you? I'm just testing something. Yeah, was that it? Did that count? It's hard to tell. Can you just hit my Bardiche? You know, could you just do me a favor and just hit my Bardiche? I know you want to just run. I know you want to run. But just do me a favor. Does this count? There, I blocked his Hellfire. There. I blocked his Hellfire. Now we can make a go of it. Okay. Now we can make a go of it. Let's see if he jumps down. It's very dark. I wonder if I can campfire. I wonder if there's time. Let's see if I can campfire. Or has he moved away? You can't block. You can't block it, but I blocked it. If that makes sense. Time is tight. Must have been the wind. Time for a rest. He did get the block animation. Yeah, I saw my hands get pushed back. Okay. Time is tight. There is a blue by keep. I have blocked this guy. Can I get close enough? Is the question. Is there anything else good on this guy? No. It activates his counterattack. That's good enough. It's technically a block. And against a warlock like that, I'll take whatever indication I can get. 12 toes killed 12 toes. I think this warlock just bailed. And power to him. I think that... Wait, I was still VoIPing that whole time. Did you block? I blocked one spell, I think. I'm pretty sure. But only one. Thank you. We'll just leave the dungeon. We'll do one more block dish. And then... What should I try a halberd build? I've never really played with a halberd. Is it more frustrating than it's worth? I wonder. I think that's a natural continuation from the bardiche. I think. It's the coolest weapon in the video game. Well, that's a glowing review, is it not? Let's foolishly spend some money on campfires. We'll drop off our bowstring. Let's bring another search kit. Why not? Maybe because it's going to cost us gear score. Maybe that's why. Oh, it's the Ring of Vitality we picked up. Cool. Should we try again? See what happens. Halberd Sideswipe is awesome. That's the alt attack. Love seeing these big pokey logs, taking notes if I want to branch out as well. If it wasn't for days like this, I don't think I'd ever actually spend the time. And it's almost like block dish is like actually kind of viable. Like not if you play the block first rule, obviously, but if you just use a bardiche, it's a beast. And like the blocking on it isn't a total, like you can actually block. Forgot to re-grab bandages. Whoops. That's okay, I've got some. We've got some. And besides, chances are we're gonna run into somebody that will either kill us or give us bandages, right? Yeah, the action speed from the shield mastery makes the first swing really fast. If you can get a block, you can make it work. I hear the brushings of a player. No, was it just a wisp? Must have been just the wisp. I'm not used to playing with weapons that have like the two-shot potential. You know what I mean? Ouch. Get your hands off me, you dirty wisp. Really could use some more bandages. Who needs bandages when you can carry a door? Yeah, blocks, not pots, right? Somebody says. Uh-oh. Here they come. Wow. It's so slow. I'm really not used to it. Apply door directly to forehead. Yeah, that'll cure what ails ya. Maybe. Let's go to the cemetery. Let's listen. Kid Kane is here. Good day. Fellow Dungeoneers. Happy Monday, Kid Kane. We're listening. We're watching for signs. We're fighting a gargoyle. Are we fighting a gargoyle? Or are we just moving through? Maybe we just move through. Keep going around the outside. See what we find. Bloodsat blade. Someone died to a bloodsat blade. I'm not sure how I feel about this module. Oh. Let's see if this is the bloodsat blade guy. No, it's a dagger. Missed. He's got a stiletto. Yes. Blocked him once. It's good enough for me. That's 3. Oh, we missed. We hit him there. We just missed. Darn. We missed a couple of important swings. I haven't got the leg shot. I got excited because I hit him a couple of times. But in the legs. It was close. Yeah. The leg shot differential there was what got it. How did he miss the side swing miss? Double jump? I think double jump is is quite secretly very powerful, because not only can you get to parts of the map that other people can't, like it's almost like you have extra HP or you have like way more armor because you can get more leg shots. And I never thought of it in those terms. But if you're able to jump and force opponents to hit your legs, then it's almost like you've just got more HP, which is really interesting. I think if I had changed my perks and skills, if I had swung better in the dark, I could have connected a few of those shots. What I'm not doing is like flicking around. And I think with like the more active hitbox that comes with these slower weapons, if I swing my mouse around more, I'll be able to connect a bit. The hit on slow received by the victim should increase on leg shots to counterbalance the lack of damage. Agreed. Yeah, that's a great idea. I think in solos in particular, there's been enough testing now that one of the strongest ways you can play in solo is a tank rogue with double jump. The daggers have the most DPS. You have really great mobility with double jump. You can mitigate damage with double jump. It's just the best way to play solos. Lyrebird Design Firm. Hand hits should reduce action speed. That's a great... Yes, totally. Totally. A great idea. Let's try the halberd build, shall we? I put on Adrenaline Rush. I'm going to keep Second Wind. You can probably take this off. I wonder if Adrenaline Spike could help me out even more. Head hit should reduce knowledge. Imagine. Imagine. That's really funny to think about. Let's get another monkey pendant? Sure, why not? Is that too nice for this experiment? Probably. Let's just take it easy. Let's take it easy. This ring isn't very good. We just want as much action speed as possible. Yeah, no shield perks. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Of course not. So defense mastery and maybe swift and no barricade. Maybe combo attack, maybe? Sure, right? Combo attack? Now, how about we get a pair of cloth pants? Are cloth pants the best pants in the game these days? Old cloth. Cloth pants, please. Cloth pants. Yeah. Projectile resist getting heals from limb shots. I heard someone talk about that. I forget who it was. Maybe Sparky was saying that people were getting positive. Yeah, they were like getting health from having however it works. 49 damage. It's very slow, is it not? Is it slower than the Bardiche? It's the same speed as the Bardiche, but no blocking ability. Interesting. It's got to be cloth or loose trousers that are the best pants in the game. Yeah. Okay, so we're just playing this straight up. Let's see. It was a glitch. Right. It had to interact somehow with the limb damage feature. Interesting. Okay. Pretty decent swing speed here. Wow, that thing is wide. Huh. That's the first time I've swung a halberd in a long, long time. The horizontal swings must be really great for keeping people... Oh, what the? Expecting more damage to be done, I guess. Out of your face. So, as a halberd user, I want to keep people far from me, right? I don't want people to get too close. I think is the wisdom. Halberd's side swipe range is wild. Yeah, I guess that is pretty wild. Except for that, that was strange. Interesting. Infinite combo, you just keep switching sides. Cool. If you just keep intersecting swings. So if I go like this, and I go like this, and I go like this, and I go like this. Wow. So I guess that's like the benefit of like, if you don't have any defensive capability, but the trade-off is you just swing ad infinitum. Curious. A warlock. Fighting a wisp. Not ideal for him to have space on me. Maybe the only thing I can do... Wait, is that a wizard instead of... Is that not a warlock? We tagged him? We tagged him again? Poor guy. It was weird. I think that was a paid actor. Who among you, dudes? Who among you was that to make me feel good for the first time ever using a halberd? You know what I mean? Sorry for the flashy flash, by the way. +1. He didn't want to go this way. Only Matt would do that. I was nervous there, because had he turned on me and started casting, I've got no way to block. Got all the meds I'll ever need. You know what I mean? I got a cloak. Cuffed boots. DK. We're not wearing them, though. Sorry. How dare you? I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I should have prepared to wiggle a bit more. Is this always a nightmare skeleton? I feel like this is like more often than not a nightmare skeleton. Yikes! And I'm holding right click instinctively. I can see how if you try to go for headshots, like you can do high risk, high reward, swinging high. These vile and outrageous accusations. Signs of life in here. What was that sound? If my computer shuts off, I just heard a weird clicking sound. I apologize. Stream goes down. Hello? I'd like to keep practicing my halberd, please. Percy Jackson musical. Closing doors behind me. I feel like this is cleared. I hear a step. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Two-hander moment. Two-hander moment. Okay. Cool. Feel bad a little bit. I feel bad. But also, we're learning. Everyone's a Timmy here, guys. Everyone's a Timmy, including myself. That's why it's okay. Poor Ranger. Go this way. The weird thing is you just never know in normals whether you're fighting someone who has 60 hours or you're fighting someone who has 6,000 hours. Like it's totally random. That's weird. Wow, you hit the ground even there. Weird. Wow. Yeah. Halberd, eh? I'm sorry to hear that, Wolf and Rose. Sorry to hear that. Dead player. We'll go this way. Try to get a door between me and this golem. Anybody home? Another door. We're listening. Probably should have closed that door. Curious. We're listening, we're looking. That sounds like adrenaline rush. Huh. Youch. Reloading. See if we can get full up here. Adrenaline rush again, or is that true shot? I can't tell. I don't have a block. He missed that somehow? Now we're just spear trading? Two-hander moment? Wow. Some movement. Oh, missed him. Body shots aren't good. Wait, I did not deserve to win that. There's a bit of back and forth trading there. Didn't use my second wind. Didn't use my action speed. I was just trying to keep track of him moving in space. Was this the kind of like a crossbow ranger build? This guy was not shy to go spear with me. Ah, welcome to fighting in close range with the halberd. Yeah. A lot of whiff potential I detect. I feel like this is the kind of crossbow build I want to try. He had a bow, but I'm interested in a crossbow build. Warden outfit. Let's keep healing. We don't need this cloak. Health and luck. Let me think. We have a lot of bandages. We have more pots. Okay. I think we've got enough to maybe jump out and reset with a crossbow. Spear. Interesting. He didn't use backstep, which was curious. I'm at 2,441 hours in the game. Which is not a few, but also not a lot, I'm realizing. What that number belies, though, is that I've spent probably at least that amount of time watching and reflecting on footage. Like, making videos is kind of also like being in the game, because you're staring at game footage and you're imagining what it would be like to be in that situation. It's almost like playing the game. And in a way, it can be even better because, you know, you're kind of reflecting on what you could or should have done. He already knows, but keep your distance. You can easily keep people guessing by switching up the attacks with left-right click, which produces different attack patterns. Yeah, totally. Use your footwork and jump turn to get people to miss. So the halberd stuff is really going to help me with a style of game that I'm horrible at, and that is kind of micro-spacing and turning away. When I play Shield Fighter, I never want to, like, lose sight of my opponent. And I feel like that style of play has been kind of detrimental because a lot of this game you do well, you benefit from turning away and managing your hitboxes in that way. And it's something that I just haven't really ever been motivated or inclined to do. But it wins fights. Being able to control where your opponent hits you means you can take 4 hits instead of 3, or 5 hits instead of 4, and begin swinging to keep people at a distance even though you're not going to hit them. But you need to make sure that you're keeping spacing and timing in real sync so that they whiff and you hit. Yeah. It's also a slower pace of the melee. Like there's, you know, you're dealing with bigger stretches of time with these two-handers. And that's something that I'm also kind of getting acclimatized to. Let's go back to our dividend games. So we'll do the last 3 games, and then we'll close out the stream with Crossbow Ranger and any other builds that people recommend. Shiv 2 taught me not to show my back because of the chase buff. Yeah, Rusty knows. Good call, Lyrebird. Jump, turn, run just isn't fun to me. Yeah. I know what you mean, Jefferson. And thankfully, again, that's another reason why Shield Fighter, I've just stuck with it for so long, because it is a style of play. I don't need to wiggle my camera around too much. Like there isn't, yeah, I don't know, it just makes sense. It just makes sense. Let's get back in there. Dividend game time, dudes. We got 3 more. You know what one of these prizes is going to be. It's probably worth going for. I don't know how much it costs, but it's not nothing. Okay. Module game, eyes peeled game, close-up game. Okay? Does that sound okay? I hope so. Here we go. Come on back. Come on back to the tab. If you're working, pause your work. Just kick the can down the road a little bit. If you're not working, congratulations. You're here with us now. We're going to play What Is This Module game. For this, you will guess the name of the module. Spelling matters. Be the first. No question marks, please. And only 1 or 2 guesses each to start. Those are the typical rules. Watering hole, easy. Okay, so we have a screenshot of a module. Who knows what it is? You guys tell me what you think. Here we go. Name the module. Let's go. Name the module. Let's go. Who can see what it is? Okay. Nothing. Weird coloring, right? Weird coloration. Who knows the name of this module? Let's go. Let's go. Guess the name of the module. We're playing a game, dudes. We're playing a game. People are being reserved with guesses. And maybe rightfully so, because who knows? Who knows? Rawhide gloves. Very funny, Rusty. Very funny. What is the name of this module? This is kind of tricky. There's a big hint up there, right? This is a hint. Oh, what is the name of it? Mons Aegis. I've been here, just don't know the name. Classic, right? Where can you find one of these? Ooh, what is the name of this one? That place I put that thing that one time. Who can see it? Who knows the name of this module? Someone was kind of close. Someone was kind of close. I don't look at the names. That's okay. You can always start. Because if you start, you might win a prize. It is not dual cemetery. Okay, everyone. If you want. You can guess again if you want. This could be a stumper. If it's a stumper, what happens? If it's a stumper, what happens? What is the name of this module? Guys, you know there's a prize on the line. There's a prize. Yes. 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 Brain goof. You got it. Who got it? Let's see what the name of it is. Let's see what the name. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay to be rusty. It's okay if you actually are rusty. It's okay. The name of this module is, in fact, gated rooms. This is there's mummies in the middle. There's spiders, but if you break the pots and you go down the middle, it's kind of an annoying module to clear. There's a lot of mummies and spiders. It's annoying. And guess who got it right? I wish all the modules had 2 levels like this. Liar Bird. Gated rooms. All caps. Emphatically. No question marks. I am not sure if I've ever been in this. Interesting. Jay, I hear you, buddy. I hear you. You know, we like the fact that there's games for different types of players. Some people are all about this. All about the module. It doesn't help the module names are kind of nonsensical. Like, they don't all make sense. Like, some of them do, and some of them are kind of stupidly named. Lyrebird is on the board. GG Lyrebird. Excellent guess. The names are so silly, Lily. Lily knows. The games are silly. It hadn't even occurred to me that it has 2... wait, it does? One up top. Is there one below as well? Dang. That's notable. That's something to take note of, I think. Right? 2 is a lot. Are there any other modules that have 2 res? No, you walk through the other one with the zombies. And the other half with the zombies. Weird. Okay. And then, of course, the one in the gay little pit with the mummies. Yes. Dudes. Now that we're all back in here. Now that we're all here. Wait. We're going to do this one. Keep your eyes peeled. Eyes peeled. The way this game works is... I'm going to flash an image. I'm going to flash you all something. An image. And then I'm going to ask a question. And then the first person to answer wins. So, number 1. I flash you. 2. I take the image away. 3. I ask a question. 4. You guess correctly. 5. You win the fancy ring from door number 3. Right? That's how it's going to go. That's how this works. Are you all here? Are you all here? Are you ready to goon? Ready to goon yet? I hope so. Here comes the flash. Flush? Here comes the flush, guys. Flesh? The flesh? Who knows what's gonna happen next, right? Who knows? Fish. Here comes the fish. Are you ready? Lily says, wow. I promise I won't, Lily. I promise I won't. Oh my. Get ready. Keep your eyes peeled, guys. Here it comes. Eyes peeled. Eyes peeled. Okay. We saw that. The question is, what was my primary weapon? What was my primary weapon in that image? The first person in chat to guess and spell correctly what my primary weapon was Ooh, now. Uh-oh, dudes. Uh-oh. Yes. Number one, the answer is yes. People have guessed it correctly. Number two, the first person to guess, Armored Lynx, GG, typed Warhammer as one word. In fact, the answer is Warhammer, 2 words. I think I have to lay down the law here. I think I have to. It's an alternate spelling. Dude, I was so ready for that. I went to type and already had so many answers. What do I do here? Oh, the spike of the lantern shield bamboozled me. I love it. I love these kinds of games. I prepped to say fishing grounds. Yes. It's all good. Armored Lynx, I'm sorry. You know, to keep things fair, I have to go what's in the game, how the game spells it. Is there any instance where Dark and Darker spells Warhammer as a single word? Poor quality Warhammer. I wonder. If you can show me, give the div to Armored. Luke Nay, magnanimous. I already got one. What a guy. What a guy. Claps in the chat for people who are good sports. Love you guys. Armored Lynx was there in spirit, right? Luke Nay says nay. I've won one. Let's spread the love. Spread the love, guys. Let's share the love. Armored Lynx. Is it British spelling or American spelling? British spelling. Armored Lynx. GG. We're in. Rebonked. Good sport. Cheers. So nice. Fair play. Isn't that nice? Oh. Okay, dudes. Last one. Last dividend of the day on this momentous 40th ever board meeting. A meeting of people who were initially attracted to this channel by a love of the board, right? A love of blocking, a love of melee gameplay. Let's say it that way. Anyway, we couldn't have made it to 40 without you guys. And when we started, we didn't play any games, right? There were no poems. There were no gambadors. There were no games. It was just sword and board. And now, 40 weeks later, look where we are. 40 weeks in the dark. Thank you all so much. Mondays are awesome. It's been 40 amazing Mondays with a couple of break weeks in there as well. So it's been slightly longer, but what a gift. What a pleasure. What an honor. Thank you all very much. Here we go. Last game. Here we go. Last game for today. Close up Rooney. Close up Rooney. Okay. Here is the thing. Tell me what this thing is. Okay. Gooner Goon Gang. Close up for Goonies. Here we go. You know the rules. You know the drill. Tell me what is what is this? What is this thing? No question marks. I love Goonies. Two of my favorite movies. It's a movie, right? Goonies. Goon Juice. What is this thing? Focus up. What is this thing? It is not a giant bat, but good guess. It is not. What is this thing? No. No answers yet. Some people are being reserved. I appreciate that. I appreciate people not guessing unless they feel like they've got a good shot at it. It is not a ghoul, nor is it a mummy, nor is it a pavis. But we are super close. It's hard to say, right? It's hard to say. How about now? Slightly more visual information. Rotten flesh. No. Stone gargoyle? No, good guess, but no. Warlord's sword. Interesting. No. Interesting. What is this thing, guys? It is not an orangutan. It is not a mummy spider, but good guess. We have 2 guesses. One for early snipe, one for too late. Death beetle. Interesting. What if we go out 1 level? If we go out 1 level, no one gets it, we'll administer more guesses. Eehee! Looks like a Jawa. Weehee! Here we go. Now we're kind of close. Oh, now we can see it, right? Now we can see it. Who knows what it is? Looking at this thing. I'm going to count to 10 in my head, and then I'm going to give out. It doesn't help at all. You got to step back from your phone. Step back from your computer. Okay. 1 more guess each. 1 Blinn versus 1,000 board, 100 board members. It is not a giant spider. Oh, it's the quiver SDF never added. Yikes. Yikes. My eyes are showing me a fidget spinner, and I'm angry. I mean, that's funny, actually. That's funny. Can I help you at all here? Can I help at all? I think I can probably help a little bit. It's not... This is harder than I thought it was going to be. Harder than I thought it was going to be. Oh. What do we see now? What's going on? What is this? Who can see it? Who will be the first? We have not insignificant prizes up for grabs. Ooh. I want the exact name of this thing. I want the exact name of this thing. What is it? It's not a cave troll. Who... How much further do we need to go? How much further can I go? How much further can I go? Oh, it's so close. Yes. Yes. Wait. No, I'm looking for the exact thing. Some people are very close. Now, in fairness, yes, this is what the ornate Jazzerant looks like, but this particular thing is not the... Yes, it's not the ornate Jazzerant. What is it? Indeed. It is a Gambison of a regal variety. A regal Gambison. Tough. Oh, someone was so close. People were so close. Now, I didn't realize this, but this top is the same top as the ornate Jazzerant. It's just the bottom where it's different. The ornate Jazzerant has more of a leather skirt, and the regal Gambison does not. So, tough one. That's a hard one. That's a hard one. I think, though. Yes. GG Lyrebird. My guys. Rigged? Is it rigged? Or is it just difficult? No chain to be seen. It's true. I believe this one has thicker shoulder pads. They made minor adjustments. Minor adjustments. Lyrebird needs to feel good, because Lyrebird was denied earlier today. But Lyrebird has made up ground. That was tough. Excellent. Okay. Lyrebird Armored Lynx. Lyrebird Armored Lynx. Pick door number 3. I wonder what's going to happen now. Oh, it was Lyrebird. GG. It was. I seen it. Lazy artwork at Ironmace. Lily. Ooh. Scathing. Yeah. It's all... Yes, whatever. I'm not going to pull on that thread. You know. Lily knows. Lily knows. Lyrebird gets the first choice. Lyrebird gets first choice. Does Lyrebird want to pick from the pile? Does Lyrebird want a guaranteed prize from the dividends? Or does Lyrebird want to go for a door? I wonder. I wonder. Look at all these things you could guaranteed get. Guaranteed. Let's ask. I do feel good. This is better than when a luck token was spent to pick Rumi off the floor. Yeah. Or better than getting like a bunch of dismal stat rolls for your character sheet, Lyrebird. I always look out for number 1. I'll spend 1 charge on number 1 and then grab a lantern shield as a guarantee. Is that allowed? Yeah, we'll come back to you. We'll do this, and then we'll come back to you for your second pick. For now, Lyrebird has chosen, I believe. I always look out for number 1. I'll spend 1 charge on number 1. Okay. I'm not going to screw this one up. Number 1 is the one. Beep. Ready to see? Uh-oh. Ready to see. I'm gonna win big. Lyrebird gets... No! He found it. He found it. He won big. That's the one. That's the one. The Ring of Quickness. Yes. He found it. +1 strength. +1 true physical. Armor rating. Also a royal diamond. What does it trade for? Not that it really matters. But what does it trade for? What does it trade for? I'm also going to throw in a royal diamond. Because I want him to be able to modify this as he likes. Couple G's. Couple G's. Maybe even more with the ring in place there. GG Lyrebird. So good. Good job not picking number 3. No, thank you. No, thank you. Mons Aegis? Mons Aegis. Yeah, wow. Really got bamboozled by the Regal Gambison. I was thinking of the icon where the buckle is silver, but in the game it's gold. Heck you, Ironmace. What is this? Ooh. Caster plate. Nice. We'll try plate lock one day. Yes, I appreciate it, Lyrebird, for paying attention. Let's get him some goodies. The ring. The diamond. Anything else here that's good? You know, why not this? This Warhammer, we found it last stream for the pile. No one appreciates a Warhammer more than you. What is this egg? Wow. Omelet time. Warhammer, no time for spaces. GG, buddy. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, Lyrebird. Thank you for the cockatrice's egg. Evil of you giving the egg. Can you sell it? It has to be looted, right? There's no point. There's no point in this. Yeah. You can just make an omelet. Interesting. It just takes up space. Will, physical power, physical healing, mem cap bonus. That's a nice caster plate. Armored Lynx. Oh, I just realized I have a blue banner. Lynx 32, maybe? Lynx 32, I wonder. I wonder if they're available for trade. You can't vendor it? That's so dumb. Really? You can't? Interesting. Armored Lynx. Available for trade by chance. I wonder. Lynx 32 in trade now. I mean, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves. Do you want a divvy pick or a gamba door? I'm happy to do whatever you like. But just know that there is increased risk with gamba doors. I wonder what they will choose. Armored Lynx. Surely all the good items are gone from Gamble. I had 2. We're coming back to Lyrebird. It was Lyrebird, Armored Lynx, and then Lyrebird. So he can pick again if he wants. He can pick again. Divvy pick. Roger. What? Let's see. Door 5 or door 3? Door number 5 or door number 3? But yeah, I am owed. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I mean eggs, right. Let's see what Armored Lynx goes with. He's chosen doors. The question is... Sorry, pick from the divvy pool, not the damn gamba. No problem. I like it. Happy to show you any items before you decide. Happy to show you any items before you decide. What class you enjoy at the moment? What class, I wonder? Necklace of Peace options. Jewelry isn't lights out, but we have a legendary neck of peace. We got all ats on the blue one. Let's see what we can get him. Ring of Courage, please. Truth is, max health, move speed bonus. An excellent choice. An excellent choice. Nice pick. What class you play most? I'm just curious. So we're not done yet. I'd like to. This pile isn't getting fighter for sure, but some warlock. Interesting. Not many warlocks around these parts. I wonder if we can... Some warlock. Thank you very much. Let's think. I feel like... Here you go. Here you are. Have a great week. Armored Lynx. GG, buddy. You too. Thank you very much. Awesome. Just a few dividends. Just nothing crazy. But, you know, takes the edge off of one run, maybe. No, we're looking for Mons. We're looking for Lyrebird. Lyrebird is Ode. Mons Aegis is Ode. There it is. He's back. He's getting bombarded by trade bots. He's back. Gamba or pick is the question. My teeth. Cobalt Splonkies are looking fine. Cobalt Splonkies, I gotta have them. Yeah. Nice. And this, of course, right? Why not? And... I mean, what else is good? Here you go. For my guy. Good luck, brother. Just a small thing. Mons Aegis. Armored cloaks? I'm making it like a bandit. No way, sir. Thanks for all your time, Lyrebird. Appreciate it very much. So nice, guys. That's great. An abbreviated, a truncated dividend experience this week, but we've had a jam-packed day, right? What is this tune from? This is all royalty-free music that I get from a website that I'm allowed to play that doesn't get me copyright stricken, if that makes any sense. Oh wait, the Mons Aegis tune? The Mons Aegis tune was sung by another content creator. I can't tell what he was asking. There's a video where someone runs into Mons Aegis, sweaty pedals, and sings him a song. Can I get some decent kit together? Strength. What are the important stats? What's important? What's important? He's been live for 860 days. What's important for the crossbow ranger build? I know I need I know I need a spear and a crossbow. But tell me what? Tell me what do I need for this build? Crossbow? Action speed. A strong finger. Yeah, strength and dex. Strength, dex, vigor. Okay. Interesting, interesting. This warden outfit maybe isn't it. Action speed on the pants? I don't mind those. I got these buttoned leggings with 7 strength. I don't think so, though. Strength is 18. Dexterity is 25. I feel like all of that could be better. All of that could be better. Class. Perks and skill. Hitting a target's leg reduces their move speed. I mean, they have this already, right? Why not have it on melee? Crossbow mastery. Spear proficiency. Uh-oh. Am I not leveled at all? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Backstep. Yeah. Level 1 is going to be uh-oh. You know what? Maybe, you know, there isn't spear mastery. Gain. I can't even equip it without spear mastery. Hey. I mean, if I had a quest. Ooh, 1 old cloth will give me something. Vault must escape. Cockatrice things. Okay, we do this. We could do this. Dotted gold bangle, glimmer bangle. Okay, 1 second. We can do this. You can just play fighter with spear and crossbow. I won't have the backstep, though. I won't have the backstep. What's up, Sir Lansom? How's it going? What's up? How's it going? Let us do this. We're going dotted gold bangle, 2 of them. Because for the cockatrice quests, you actually don't have to find them. You can just buy them. Because excellent quest design, right? Excellent quest design. Some things you have to find, other things you have to buy. Glimmer bangle. By the way, this is not worth it. The rewards you get from the cockatrice are not worth it. Epic. Glimmer bangle. I need 3 of these. Spending all my money. Streaming from a phone while traveling. Yeah. Have backup generators for their house. You want backstep and true shot or any other non-bow skills. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, that's that. And let's see if I've got an old cloth. Do I have an old cloth? Let's find out. Extra inventory space. Let's find out. Also, open salad or bust. Noted. Okay. I hear you. I do have an old cloth. Good. This helps. Okay. Changing my class. There's a lot of tech expense. Hey, is this just a doublet? This is. Look, this is just a doublet with some leather paneling, right? And maybe like a bit of a skirt. Look at this. I never realized that before. Dudes, wait a second. Tailor? Of course I can't buy one. Like how the Wanderer attire is actually just an adventurer tunic with some crap around the neck. Look at that. Did you know that? That's so weird. Whoa, astute observation. Weird, eh? I've been fooled this whole time. This whole time, I thought that there was more going on. Deliver items. Am I on the... Yes, I'm on my ranger. Quest log. Complete quest. Give me the experience that I need. Give me the experience that I require. Cockatrice. 100 experience. You even got a crossbow. Lovely. Ugh. How many of these do I have? I'm level 4. Damn it. We might have to play a round. And then... Wooden coffin. Death skull mummy. Interesting. Let me think about this. Let me just switch over to my extra inventory space. Potion 1 is easy. Correct. Correct. We can do that. In fact, I have them all right here, right? I'll just take a green one. And it's invis, right? Not clarity? I don't think it's clarity. I think it's invis. Buy them, get it quickly. Frost Mountain. Interesting. Cockatrice quest. I've got 5 of these. I just need more shine bangles. Shine bangles. Okay. Let's see. Epic shine bangles. 3 of them. No need for the Gatorade. Right. Which one's the Gatorade? They're all kind of Gatorade in my mind. Shine bangle. Epic. I need 3 of them. Oh. Shine bangle. Eating me out of house and home. Okay. 3 shine bangles. We're playing the game, guys. Playing the game. This is it. What else is good for... All ats could be fun. Just trying to find a bit of extra gear I can pass over to Mr. Ranger. Baja Blast. The color is just right for it. They're all Gatorade flavors. I still don't know. Is Baja Blast blue? Is that a blue one? Or is it green? I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar. Merchants. Cockatrice. Quest. Fill. Complete. Give me my experience points. Pearl necklace. Gold bowl. Okay. Now we're probably getting very expensive. Let's see. Class. Perks and skills. Yes. We can at least do crossbow mastery. And then we want backstep. Probably on my mouse. And true shot. Physical damage bonus. Sickly green in the taste to boot. I see. I see. I got a lot of crossbows. I've been saving up crossbows for some reason on this character. I have double axes for some reason. Why do I... Maybe I was trying to craft them. I was trying to craft some things. I feel like we don't need all of this fancy gear to start, right? I feel like we don't wear these things. We just go in Squire to get a feel for it, and we try it again. Powerade and Gatorade are similar, but 2 different companies. I still don't know which one I don't need, so I'm just bringing all of these. I don't know which ones I don't need. We'll just bring them all. Bandages. Okay. Merchant, Squire. Wanderer attire is probably the way to go, right? Wanderer attire. It's probably the way to go. Riveted gloves. Spangen Hellman? No. Someone said open salad or bust. It doesn't help me though, does it? Okay, maybe when we play for real, I'll spend some money on a decent open salad that has some good rules. For now, we accept these things. Wait. I also need a campfire. We also need some free meds. Why not, right? Free meds. Free meds, please. And then a quick bathroom break. I've got to pee again. I think we're doing okay for meds. I think. We'll find out soon enough, won't we? Oil lantern. Okay. Bathroom break. BRB. BRB. Okay, after this round, I think what we'll do is I'll boot up a little blintermission just to get prepped for the last half hour of stream. I feel like I can... This is what it must feel like to be an old man. A stubborn old man. I know I should take a break, but I feel like, no. Like, I have a stubbornness, but it's in my interest. So, after this round, we'll take a break with a blintermission, and then we'll come back in and try it for real a couple of times. Couple of rings. Keep that whistle wet. Yeah. So we'll play this round. Then we'll enjoy an intermission that Clippy has prepared. And then we'll play out the last couple of rounds of the stream. Quit your beak and your whistle. Didn't even notice we lost the Hua emote. Worth it for the cat rub face? Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you think so. Okay, let's try. Do I have traps? Can I get traps? Are traps a thing I can get? Yes. Why not, right? Why not? Traps. Since when? Right? Why not? Traps. Okay. What? Let's go. Quick one. Level 6. Quick one. How do you play this? What's the strategy? You do damage from a distance. When they push you, you... Like, don't push them, let them push you kind of thing? Is that how Ranger works? I think so, right? Don't push them, let them push you. Jokes aside, it was a good move to edit up the emote pool. You did a great job. Oh, thanks, Labird. Yeah, you can just type the Hua. Totally. Yeah, let them push you. And then surprise them in melee with the spear and ability from the backstep. Okay. Okay. Unless we're fighting wolves, in which case, we fight them here. We cheddar max. Right? We cheddar max. I wonder if... Can we put, like, a trap here? Is that a weird place to put a trap? Probably, right? I've got some experience with crossbow. You really can drag that hitbox around, eh? Interesting. Let's go... east? I wonder which way. Which one are the wolves I just killed? Which ones? I thought that this reloading would be faster. I guess it's pretty fast. For some reason I thought it'd be faster. I'm gonna go to the west, actually. Cheddar maxing. The art of consuming so much cheese that your lactose intolerant SO becomes some amount of infirm. What? What does that mean? Okay. I want to put a trap down. I feel like I'll be comforted by having a trap. Pop in for a minute. First thing I hear is cheddar maxing. Welcome in, Zio. Are you on vacation still, brother? Sunny sand and shores? I hope so. If not, welcome back. Here. I think I'll remember. This is here. Okay. Interesting. Yep, on a sightseeing tour currently, about to leave the break stop. Thanks for checking in, man. Aw. It's so nice when people who are out in the world still make time to stop in for stream. Thanks, Zio. Hope you enjoy your time, man. No counterattack speed. It's okay, we can work with it. I'm gonna save my other trap for when there's a confirmed person. Aloha Zio, indeed. Ouch. Goon Gamer. He loves the dividend games. Did the mage die? Yeah. Good. Mummy loot? Any good mummy loot? Not really. How do you play this class? I'm listening. Open doors. Weren't you supposed to drink the Powerade? I am. And if I can get out, I get a quest done too. Thank you. Maybe kind of a waste to do this like this. But we're doing it. I already drank a health pot, I think. I really don't want to clear that room. I got invisibility. I'll drink it last. Potion buffs immediately removed by Wisp. Yeah. It's okay, I'm just doing it to tick some boxes, right? What the? We're just ticking boxes. What the? Here are the aggro mobs. Did this person just run? How did they not wake these people up? It looks like someone ran through. But no one woken up. Highly curious. This person is dead. Goon Gamer. Killed by a morning star. Buffaho is a nightmare, apparently. It's a nightmare. Got all the meds we need from this guy. Extra crossbow. Not much else going on. So he's on a rampage. I wonder if we can catch up with him. Is that a ranger? Did he have traps? I hope someone steps in the trap that I put down 3 modules ago. I think that's him. You can hear me. This is a chance to reload. Just missed. We can probably run him around the outside here. Enough space to reload. The problem with kiting is that it gives him a chance to heal. But there's no way we can trade this guy. No, didn't do very well there. Maybe not fast enough on the move speed. I didn't put my weapons away fast enough. And there's just... I should have just straight up run instead of trying to do damage when his smite is up. Because there's no point engaging when the smite is up. This is me, like, I have zero experience with this. The one backstep is effective, but unless you use it to turn and run away while his buff is up, then it's pointless. But we're learning. Wasted the potions. But I don't think that we're in this to max out our levels. I just want to get a sense of what it feels like. Come on, fighter bro. Round shield is in trouble. Round shield is in trouble. Cannot interrupt. Round shield doesn't know what to do. Good blocking, though. Good movement. And there's his... divine protection. He's got damage in. Fighter bro! Fighter bro! Yeah! Yeah, right! Dang! He did it without a helmet on. He did it. Fighter bro. Timothy. Wow. Okay, that puts some wind in my sails. I'm gonna do a quick intermission, and then I'm gonna re-kit, and we'll try this ranger build again and see if we can make it work. Yeah, smite is nasty. The crossbow ranger is supposed to stand and fight, but almost impossible against one of those. Yeah, it was bad luck. I didn't do very well to make more space when his ability was up, but we'll try again. So first, let me just call up the intermission while I kit up. I'm gonna be here. Yeah. Cool. And then I need a browser to play the MP3. Like so. Hey everyone. Cool. That's a bit loud. Now you tell me if it's a good volume or too loud. I'm gonna flip on my scene, and then I'm gonna take a break, drink a bunch, kit up. There's a perk for bar that gives as much PDR as the divine protection ability, and they both need to change that to like 15%. Yeah. It's a hard playstyle, but when it works, it's so much fun. I like this kind of thing. I like this kind of thing. But here I am talking. Let's enjoy a 5-minute break. I'm gonna rest and drink and kit up. We'll go again, okay? Tell me if the volume is too loud or just right. Welcome to another 5-minute intermission. This is the perfect time to stretch your legs, grab some water, and give Blinn a quick voice break. While we're taking a breather, let's step into a different kind of world. One filled with gentle brushstrokes, whispery voices, and clouds so happy they could practically smile. Let's talk about someone who never wanted to be famous, and somehow became a cultural icon anyway. Let's talk about Bob Ross. If you've ever drifted off to the sound of someone gently saying, "There are no mistakes, just happy little accidents," you've probably felt the comfort of his voice. But here's something people don't always know. Before the perm, before the palette, before the paint, Bob Ross was a drill sergeant. He spent over 20 years in the U.S. Air Force, rising to the rank of Master Sergeant. Stationed in Alaska, he was the guy who had to yell about dirty barracks and late arrivals. And he hated it. Wow. In his words, "I promised myself that if I ever got away from it, I would never scream again." That promise became the entire tone of The Joy of Painting, a quiet show built around a man who had seen enough noise. And about that iconic perm, believe it or not, Bob Ross wasn't a huge fan of it himself. He reportedly disliked getting perms and only kept the hairstyle because it was part of his company's logo and branding. Underneath that recognizable afro was actually naturally straight hair. Inspired by the Alaskan landscapes around him, Bob picked up painting as a way to relax. He became proficient in the fast wet-on-wet, or alla prima technique, which involves painting over wet layers to complete a piece in one sitting. Bob learned this method from the German painter Bill Alexander, who also had a public television show and was known for his energetic style and phrases like "almighty mountains." While Bob adopted the wet-on-wet approach, his own style evolved to be much gentler and quieter, focusing on encouraging the viewer rather than the more forceful techniques sometimes seen in Alexander's work. But even when The Joy of Painting became a hit, Bob stayed kind of mysterious. He refused interviews with big shows like The Tonight Show, didn't go after endorsements, and rarely shared personal details. When asked about it, he said, "I never turn down requests for paintings, but I never charge for them either. My reward is just seeing someone smile." That mindset shaped everything about the show. It wasn't about selling art. It was about making painting feel accessible. Each half-hour episode invited anyone to try. With a blank canvas, a few brushes, and colors like Van Dyke Brown or phthalo green, he built entire landscapes in real time, all while reminding viewers, you can do this. Really. And here's something you might not know. Every episode had 3 versions of the painting. One he painted before the taping as a reference, one he did live on camera with no edits or retakes, and one he painted again afterward, step by step, for instructional books.
He didn't just wing it. He practiced mastery so you could feel like it was effortless. Most of those peaceful scenes, the trees, the lakes, the snowy mountains, weren't based on real places. He painted from imagination. He believed landscapes should feel familiar, not factual. He once said he wanted people to look at his paintings and think, that's where I'd like to live. Despite his TV fame, Bob didn't profit from being on the show. He never took a salary for hosting. His income came from books, teaching workshops, and Bob Ross branded art supplies. The show wasn't about building a brand. It was about building confidence in viewers who didn't think they could be artists. His gentle message even transcended cultures. The joy of painting was incredibly popular in places you might not expect, like Japan, where it aired twice a day, bringing his soothing voice and happy little trees to a whole different audience. But one of the wildest turns in his story happened after he died. In 2015, long after the final episode aired, Twitch launched a week-long marathon of the joy of painting to celebrate the debut of Twitch Creative, a channel focused on making things instead of playing games. And Bob Ross exploded. Millions tuned in, the chat filled with emotes, inside jokes, and reverence. People chatted things like, Bob is the final boss of Twitch, and happy little hype. It was chaotic and wholesome at the same time, and totally in the spirit of what Bob stood for. Now, there's a 24/7 Bob Ross stream on Twitch, because even in a digital age full of noise, people still crave peace, patience, and someone reminding them it's okay to make a mistake. And that's the legacy. Even now, decades after his passing in 1995, Bob Ross remains a symbol of gentle creativity. In a world that's often loud and hypercritical, Bob Ross made room for softness and reminded us that art is for everyone, that kindness matters, and that even the tiniest happy little accident can turn into something worth framing. All right, that's our Blintermission. Thanks for slowing down with us for a few minutes.
Nice.
Now, let's get back to the real Blin.
Thank you, Clippy, very much. I was 4 when Bob died. Yikes. The characters share markets slots, but don't share market access. It's so dumb. I agree. It's just another indication of the, I don't know, piecemeal, haphazard nature of this game's development, where, I don't know, things like that exist. It exists like that for some reason. They make a change, they don't think about how that change is going to impact other parts of the game. It is what it is. That is the best one so far. Thanks, Lily. Thank you, Clippy. Mute label. Thank you. Oh, it helps. I get to, like, I drink a whole, like, half jar of water. It's very helpful. We're doing the open salad. We'll play 2 more games. This one and 1 more, and we'll call it a day. I hear you, Two Hands, in that you need to build more vigor and armor rating. I feel like, what else can the ranger equip in terms of chest piece? Like, is there a better option than the wanderer's attire for chest? I spawned here last time. Weird. They can wear the light accent. Interesting. I was caught off guard by the mason jar, by my pickle chalice. And I like the fact that I get at least some action speed strength from this combination of things. Pretty amazing that the traps, unless you're absolutely ready for your opponent to hit the trap, are basically functionless, right? Like, you have to be like ready. What does this do again? More physical damage bonus. Interesting. Listening. Well. Well. You coming through? You gonna come through? Sure you are. Sure you are. Your E also makes bolts fly completely straight. Interesting. Wait, they also make your, like... your fire jars and stuff also run straight, right? See if I can get this guy in the light. Because the skeletons, when they die, they go straight down. I can put a trap on the skeleton body. That makes me feel good. Completely straight. A great long-range opener. Listening. Gotta check them skellies for bones. You guys see a red light? Maybe it's just the pot in the ground. Thought that was a person for sure. A dead person. I end up clearing the whole module. I imagine if Spear Fighter was viable, you'd see it more, right? You'd see more people running Spear Fighter. Who is this guy? Sneak Skunk. Skeleton Footman killed him. Rip. Doggo. Oh. Strange. It seems like PDR... I've seen some pretty crazy rolls for, like, wizards with PDR. Like, wizards with, like, 40 PDR. Just because of stats. This Doom is live on YouTube. Is a beast. I see Hellfire going up. Open this door. Sorcerer. Okay. Player here. Fighter should have mastery for every weapon and counterattack on barbs, locks, clerics, bards. Man, one shield perk for a other class, it's not fighter, would be amazing. Go upstairs here, have a look. Thought the block would work. Darn. Thought the block. I get so when the heat is on, I right click instinctively, thinking that it's gonna help me in some way. I have no experience turning my back to mitigate damage. I missed my crossbow shots, so rip. Probably could have I quit the game. Probably got, how do I say? Probably should have anticipated a few things better there. I'm black. Any good kills? What have you been running? I've been getting my butt kicked as a crossbow ranger. I think that there's... Spear block is very bad for anything that isn't Bardiche or Halberd. Yeah, I understand now. I'm understanding. It's hard to go against thousands of hours of experience in counterplay and give it up for just kind of like an attack and spacing game. There's a lot. I can't just flip the switch, I'm realizing. But that's okay. That's what it's for. Would have been better there to hit a crossbow shot. Would have been better there to just try to bait him closing in. Let's try one more time. Bait him closing in by switching to the crossbow, but then switching back to the spear. And then not trying to block the Chris dagger, obviously. But that's a me problem. Should have used backstep. Absolutely. Completely forgot about backstep. I was too focused on deciding whether or not it was best to use my true shot. And I guess that there's still a delay. It doesn't turn it into hit scan, I imagine. To create some space. Backstep would have definitely saved me 1 or 2 hits there. And I totally forgot about it. Let's try again. Last one. Open salad. A purple open salad. Another trap, maybe? True shot makes it go 150 mph. Right. Instead of 50 mph. Makes sense. Neck piece. Let's get a little more damage going. Sure. The drip. Oh, man. Okay, let's see if I can make some better decisions. Backstep and true shot. I wonder if I can afford a better crossbow. Probably not. Crazy drip. Maybe it's worth foregoing some jewelry for a better crossbow. Might have a bit of space to make up, though. 38. We do this. I don't know. Maybe we do this. Maybe we do this. Yep. We got it. Okay, we got a blue crossbow at least. And a neck apiece. Let's run it again. Backstep, true shot. It's not hit scan, but I've gotten good results from it in the past. It really helps when you're first learning to aim crossbows and bows. I had a ranger phase and realized that longbow and survival bow are the only two really good ranger weapons. Interesting. Yeah, I've got a feel for what it feels like to play both the longbow and the serve bow. I play against the serve bow more than I play with it, but the longbow I ran with my fighter for a long time. Yeah, it's almost like you want to run into a dagger with a backstep spear, right? It's almost like an ideal matchup. Go this way and haunt the cemetery a little bit. Death Nova. Bit of work to do here. These guys feel less annoying with a spear for some reason. An absolute ton of HP. That's probably someone in the middle. I'm in trouble. That was me. yikes. Uh-oh. It's okay. Thankfully, a bit of respite here. Not a ton of bandages, but we got a braith. Oh, look. Oh, look. Okay. Save what meds I have. Vengeance. Max cheddar. I like the spear feels good. I like how it feels. Like I said, I think if it was more viable on fighter, then more people would use it. I think it's because the counterattack after blocking is pretty slow on fighter. Like the quarterstaff, even the bardiche seemed like it had a... It was fast enough. What do I see here? Is that Hellfire? What was that? Hellfire. Steppies. Warlock steppies. 2 casters, maybe. A wizard and a warlock. The golem is in. Great. Wait for one of them to jump in a space. Invis. Headshot. I think I hit the warlock there. My ability's almost back. No caster deaths, I don't think. The warlock is probably full up. Ouch. He got burned by the Hydra. He's got a blood bag. He's got an infinite blood bag here. I can see how that changes the attack pattern. Let's open a door. Grab a pot. Get out of this long room. Do this. Feel bad about hitting the wizard there. I've got more respect for wizards than I do for warlocks. You'll probably Hydra this door. This is a tough one. Just healing off the golem. Forever and ever. Just leave the area. Interesting. Sometimes, even with the crosshair on the guy, I like it missed weirdly. Can we find another player? I wonder. This is a Sork? Pierced him. Got backstep. Got the mob in my favor. That mob hit the shield. Oh, the Sork is in. Focus the Sork. Backstep. Oh, I missed him. Oh, that's really funny. Interesting. Interesting. Did he survive? No, he died from the longsword. Yeah. GG. Okay, an interesting configuration. How do I feel? Spear combat is interesting. I haven't been on the dealing end of the thrust piercing that much, and that felt kind of dirty. Backstep is good. Probably could have used it to avoid taking one of the falchion hits there. But, and you can just use backstep anytime, right? It's anytime. One more. One more. We're in Squire gear, so it's not going to be any good. But I just want to give it... I want to give it a decent go. I feel like I can do one more. Tough because you really have to spec into some physical damage, right? And without a good amount of, like, strength or physical damage, the spear only does so much. And then, yeah, I get kind of lost in the sauce between, like, do I want to be far away, do I want to be close up? Maybe, like, in solo, this is a tough one. But I'm interested in it. Oh, two hands. Thanks, brother. Dirty Dansky. Heartless. Kid Kane. Very nice. Kid Kane was here earlier. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. And Jormg. Very nice. Jormg and the missus are busy with new work, which is good. Because they needed... They were looking for that. They were looking for some new work. I can do an Ox Pendant for a little more strumph, I think. Agility, Vigor. Wait, instead, should I just do another blue crossbow? Probably. 42. Oh yeah, we can do it. Let's go. Let's buy a few more meds in case we need to run from more warlocks. Thanks very much, Two Hands. That's very, very nice of you. I appreciate the support as I fumble my way through a bunch of loadouts and strategies that I'm not used to. I think that one thing that's difficult for me to get a handle on for a lot of these two-handers is even though it looks like the weapon is kind of active all the time, there really are only a couple of frames where the hitbox is alive. And you really have to have the weapon, the cursor, the hitbox in the right spot during those times. I'm still a little bit fuzzy on how far I need to be as well, or how close I need to be. Let's see. The head of the weapon is so much more important than most one-handed weapons. Yeah. I know what you mean. There's a little more grace with the sweet spot of swords. I'm a little bit used to it because of the mace. Mace doesn't want to hit with the handle. Maybe this time I won't get absolutely destroyed by gargoyles. Let's poke this way. The half wall I don't like so much, but... interesting. First swing went through his pelvis holes? Yeah. His speed holes. Here's a player. Ooh, nice. I think I hit the rogue there. Not dark here. I might get away with it here, though. Missed him. Hit him there. Mr. Rogie no likey. Getting into the danger zone. Let's move away and reload. I have backstep. Helped a little bit. Oh, only I got silenced. Alright, I exhausted my skill, I guess? I can't use them back to back? I have to wait a few seconds. I see. I see. I thought maybe I could stack them up, but I cannot. Hit the tree there. Anyway, interesting experiment. Another reason why I'm not such a fan of the chip skirmish playstyle, because you hit somebody and then it's almost like they have all this time to reset, at least in solos. It underscores my preference for a playstyle where I just close the gap and stay close. Because there's almost nothing more frustrating than doing damage and seeing someone scurry away to reset. He took a pretty dead... Tree took a pretty deadly... Yeah, I took a chunk out of the tree. That's great. Tough. Let's do... just one fighter palette cleanser. One fighter palette cleanser. See how it goes. 135. We'll just ditch the cloak. Make sure I've got the right perks on. I feel lucky that I stumbled in to the style of play that I like the most so early on. Breakthrough, I guess we'll play. It's just so satisfying to be able to keep pressuring people. In a game where everyone runs, my preference is to not let them run. And I get a lot of satisfaction out of that. I'll just do one of these. All ats on the legs? Sure. And maybe blue is too much. Not sure if I have any options here, though. Squire it up. Arming sword. We'll go... Should we go round shield? For fun. See what happens. Even if we lose, who cares? Just one more game. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the head fake. But now that we've been playing, I'm into it now. Can buy a mace? No, I can't. Grab a green one. Okay, we're at a pretty big disadvantage. We have no armor pen, and we have no mace to swap to. I can get one now, though. Merchant Squire. Give me a mace, please. Excellent. A round shield. Without any perks, though, that just seems like a silly choice. So we'll go heater shield. The whole point of this was to cleanse my palate. Not make me more frustrated. So let's do that. Bolts we have. Okay, let's try again. Last one. Round shield, perfect block. I think I'm just gonna play what I like. Block Dish, funny enough, is like a really great mix of like try hard and who cares. I'm surprised you don't see more fighters running Bardiche, to be honest. Maybe it's just because the daggers are so strong these days. There's just so much strength in the daggers that the two-handers... Round shield, perfect block feels fresh, except for the mobility hit. And I get bailed out by the wings of the heater, too. I'm not close to it, but just for like a last round. To get a feel. We'll do this. So many options. It's true. There are a lot of options. Someone's got the... got the wisps all hot and bothered. Looks like a ranger. Pushing a ranger in open space is not great. I did hit him there. Longbow. See if he gets cornered by mobs. Good back step. Good jump. We got him. Tough situation. Just gonna keep going. Where is that guy? That was weird. Skeleton woke up. There's nowhere to be seen. Looks like a whiz through the gap there. Let's reload my crossbow. Just wait 1 second. Shoot the gate. We saw a magic user. Ton of skellies. I see a red pot across the way. Let's go this way. Flanged mace. Only if I see a longsword or heavy PDR. Then it's flanged mace for sure. Oop, hit the ground. Everyone in English does love a good umlau. Umlaut? Barbarian. Hit the barb. The other guy's probably around the half wall. Viking sword? Felling axe. Ooh, we just barely got him. Maybe sweat a little bit there. See if we can get these heals. Blocked. Let's heal. Don't have a ton of meds or HP. Use this as a chance to regain some HP. Steps are still coming. Chris Dagger. One of those awesome double jump spots. Didn't have my full mobility. There's a caster cleric here now. This mob is not my favorite. Nice dodge. All the way down. Blocked. Blocked. Hit. Nice move. Went for the hits. Blocked. Nice movement. Very nice movement. Hit a lot of times. Was not low on HP, but got enough blocks on the dagger that I felt good about that. Very good hit and duck. Excellent movement from the rogue. Knows how to just have the cursor out long enough, and then is not shy to look at the ground. Barb almost two-shot you. It's true. And I picked Breakthrough here, but I think that Sprint or Adrenaline Rush would be better in the situation. Because if you layer that into the counterattack move speed, he tooted the flute, he did. Probably have a better gap closer against this guy, but that was a much better round. That was much more satisfying than humping around with a spear on a ranger. GG to the rogue. Totally. I think what prevents me from doing the same sort of like mouse wiggle tactics is that the weapons I use are punished more by hitting the ground. The dagger can hit the wall, hit the ground, and there's a very quick reset. At least you ended up with an okay game. Aw. Very healthy rogue for sure, yes. Always been interested in foreign languages, way of saying things in general. An even better game if you do one more game. No, I think that's good. That's good. Lucky that I found a way to play that I like. And lucky that normals, you still have a chance. There was time to kill there, right? There was time to kill. I find I struggle with sidestep heavy players when I'm using very vertical weapons, yeah. Backstep is just silly. That was a super patient fight though. Def would have died like second block in. Maybe ironically, if I was using my flanged mace, I might have been able to course correct too. Sometimes the counterattack with the arming sword is so fast. Playing builds and styles you don't enjoy. I think it's good. It's good for me to see what else is out there, because you never know, right? But it's also Old Faithful. Guys, we'll leave it there. I am losing steam. It was an awesome Monday. The 40th board meeting is no joke. Lovely art is always fun to make. We got story time coming up on Thursday. Arnack Crypt. Written October 2016. Looking forward to that one. Have a great week. Enjoy the dividends. Work on some roast clips. We'd love to see those. The gambler always walks away from winning big. It's true. But we'll have to save it for next time. Awesome stream. Can't wait for the Arnack Crypt. Awesome. Okay, guys. We'll say goodbye. Goodbye song time. Time for dinner. Moss, I can't wait for you to get back in the game, brother. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I have some pretty great roast and toast clips already. Excellent, Lyrebird. Excellent. Okay. Until then, guys, we'll say goodbye. Until then, have a great week. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Mwah. Bye.